like it. Have they started working on there?
May have to get the
They actually
super double silver tongue out.
How you doing, John?
I'm doing well. How are you?
Good.
I don't know.
Hello, my friend.
I was going to bring my
thought we would.
I'll just sit it down.
Yeah, just
My wife told me, oh, you know, order it.
I know.
Oh my God. The panic that went through
I didn't want.
I felt so bad. And it was just a clerical. I deleted some emails and didn't delete others.
Yeah, you just.
I bet we had that
ring it as well, but.
Oh, no.
A nanosecond.
And it was with John Larice. John Larice. I thought I had double booked Kathy's.
Oh, I got you.
And I don't know if you know much about John.
I know that fit.
He's on
Better ask how many remember.
Yeah.
We haven't seen a crowd like this in forever, sir.
I know.
Well,
Nine.
I understand.
No, I bought a book.
I had to go to the overflow parking lot.
Oh no.
Which is even worse that it's a board member. It was two neighbors.
Oh, yeah.
I could work it out better, but I was like, that was. She was very kind though to call me back.
Yeah, well, that was one of the things I was going to bring up and ask that.
Hey, I know how to.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let him say it.
Yeah.
Okay.
One, two, three,
Well, and they can't.
9, 10.
They use a lot of what they speeches, make speeches about thousands of cars in there. Burden on the school. Well, I don't think any of these people are going to school. And if they are, they can do it by correspondence or the internet.
Where you going?
Oh, good for you.
Where you going to?
Oh,
Basketball.
basketball. And that's good.
No, I got.
You got an extra water.
Oh, that's true. That's true.
I need it.
Oh,
I might. You're right.
Bucket list thing.
oh,
So,
fantastic. That's an opportunity.
It is. Brian and Kylie did graduation. But it's not like this.
No, I mean, because anything would
Yeah.
make painted up and yellow.
Oh, there you go.
And, right on the floor.
And the pod and so.
Yeah, the old gym.
So they got
Skybox.
Yeah, I know.
I'll tell you the worst feeling.
They got their tickets through the phone.
Refer.
Oh, okay. I don't know. He didn't know. I asked that, but he didn't know. So. He may be at home distressed over the fact that
Oh, really did stay home to watch that. I thought somebody worked today. I think, thank God I'll have a contract. I won't be there flipping channels and getting mad.
Jim was going to watch the football game instead.
The thing is I mean, it's not so much some of I don't know, you don't know what all, it's kind of like everything else, they're live.
Yeah.
So you don't know what's actually going to be in it, right?
No.
So, but if it's limited to a certain degree, it's all about the fact that he's finding people in the process as opposed to the content. But it's all pure politics. Just pure politics. And I guarantee you what he's taking on the take him right off the head.
I told Jim.
Oh, it's the damnest thing I've ever seen. It's lying and
I told Jim
finagling.
if I was at the Ferguson thing, I'd be there.
Those moments where you
Yeah.
Yeah, no mistake.
7 yet.
go, oh, it's awful.
That is.
I think we're good to go.
Yeah.
I want to call the November 20th, 2014 meeting of the Farragut Municipal Planning Commission to order. We'll start with citizens forum. Does anybody have any questions or comments that are not related to any of the items on the agenda? Mark, I believe you have some
I just
comment.
had one announcement for planning commissioners, and we'll send an email to you to follow up on this, but we've scheduled a short workshop on December 11th. That's also the date of the next Board of Mayor and Alderman meeting. It's a joint Board of Mayor and Alderman Planning Commission workshop with a representative from Tennessee Department of Environment and Conservation. It's from 5:30 to 6, and basically that representative is going to provide us kind of an overview of stormwater ordinance revisions that we're going to be taken through the process of adoption early next year, and so they're just going to give us kind of an overview of the state's perspective and to kind of give you a general understanding of what we'll be trying to do. So if you could just mark that on your calendars, I would appreciate it.
And I want to say that we have a change in the order. We're going to move item number 10 down to number 12, and the 11 and 12 now move up a little bit. We just thought that was a better order for this discussion and passing these ordinances. Anybody else have any questions or comments? Then we'll move on to the approval of the minutes of the October 16th, 2012 meeting.
Move for approval.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Also, commission members, if you will, speak into the microphones tonight so everybody can hear. I've been asked to do that, so I'm going to do that every week until everybody complies. Next item number 3 is election of officers. The first office that we're going to consider is chairman of the planning commission. Do we have any nominations?
I'll nominate Rita.
I second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, we'll move on to vice chair. Any nominations?
I'll nominate Ed
I'll second.
Sinclair, that.
Sinclair.
Okay. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? And then we have the office of secretary.
Nominate Ed Whiting.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. So we'll move on from there. I think everybody knows their responsibilities in those offices.
Well seasoned.
Discussion and public hearing on the final plat for Phase 2 of Bridgemore subdivision, parcel 25.04, tax map 152, 40 lots, 28.5 acres, Placemakers Development Partnership, applicant.
Let me a little bit of the lighting here. This Phase 2 in Bridgemore subdivision has 38 dwelling units and 2 open space lots. The concept plan for this was approved back in March, and then the preliminary plat for the construction of the public improvements was approved in April at the April Planning Commission meeting. Since that time, the developer has been putting in the public improvements, and he's basically completed all of those with the exception of the sidewalks, which he is getting ready to start and hopes to get that finished in a few days. The staff's recommendation is to approve the plat subject to the 4 items that are at your places, and those are pretty standard subject tos. They deal with completing the field items, which I mentioned, the sidewalks and site stabilization, obtaining the appropriate signatures on the plat, providing the needed letters of credit associated with this phase, And with those conditions, staff again recommends approval of the final plat.
Anyone with the applicant here have anything to say? Do you have anything to say? No. You're agreeable to these conditions? Any questions or comments?
I'll move for approval with the subject to.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you. Item number 5, discussion in public hearing on a concept plan for the Farragut Apartments, parcel 108-109, tax map 130, 820 North Campbell Station Road, 31.94 acres, GBS Engineering applicant.
When this particular item was recently rezoned to the open space multifamily zoning district, which is a new zoning district that's been recently created, the applicant at the last planning commission meeting requested to move the project along so that they could start doing any field work that they could possibly do at this stage. And it was mentioned at the planning commission meeting that given the complexity of this property and the project, it would be a good idea, though it's not a requirement in this zoning district, for the applicant to submit a concept plan which shows generally what they would like to do with the development. Of course, this is not to the level of detail that you would have on a site plan, so a lot of this information will be modified with a more detailed site plan, but it does kind of give you an indication of what they're proposing. The comments that the staff had are at your places. Probably the most significant, and again with the understanding that this is just a concept plan, would be dealing with the stormwater and then trying to minimize grading on the steepest of slopes on the property. The property really starts to steepen about anyway.
Somewhere right there.
The upper one. I don't. There's something weird going on with this. Anyway, it's pretty much right behind or within those rear 3 units there. It starts getting really, really steep. So one of the comments that we had for the engineer and developer to consider was trying to really eliminate the detention basin if possible. That's below this large retaining wall that will be on the back of the project. There's a really large detention basin that would be, and again I don't know if this is going to work, but it would be pretty much not working at all now. Anyway, okay, but anyway, it's in the lower left portion of the property. There's a very tall retaining wall that they would be building just below those lower 3 buildings. It would be, I think, over 30 feet tall in places, and the reason they're trying to do that, of course, is to lessen disturbance on those steep slopes, in which we do appreciate that. But we asked them to revisit how they deal with stormwater in general and try to consider dispersing it ideally within the area that's already proposed to be improved, maybe with the use of some permeable pavers, using some bioswales and rain gardens, and really just kind of dispersing the stormwater in various portions of the already improved area, so as to lessen the need for larger detention basins. It looked like, just from, I skimmed over the site plan that they have submitted, and that they've worked on that. But again, that was kind of a major comment in the concept plan. Most of the other comments at your places dealing with the concept plan are, relatively insignificant. They're still working with the fire marshal on a secondary access for emergency services. That has not been worked out to my knowledge. But again, this is before you at this point just to show you conceptually what they're wanting to do and maybe to give the applicant some feedback, any things that you all see from the concept plan that you want them to be aware of and to address, when they submit the more detailed site plan package.
Excuse me, I didn't realize that loud. My name's Mark Bollock, and I'm the owner of GBS Engineering. And in regards to the issue Mark is talking about, the only way we can make this site physically, financially work is to do it the way we have. Otherwise, our only other option is to put a bridge across the intermittent stream and encroach into the other areas up above. We'll still have the 50% open, but we don't want to cross the intermittent stream.
Basically, Jason Perry, 564 Law Street Lane. Basically, the question from a development standpoint that we have to look at is, when we first started talking to Mr. Shipley, the idea was, look, we don't want to cross the stream at all. But the flattest part of the property, in a nutshell, literally is across that stream. So what we've got is a situation where about 2% of the area that you see, we're going to have to encroach in with a retaining wall and to overcome a slope region of about 20 to 30%. So it's a sizable grade, understood, but the give and take with the site is, look, we're not crossing the intermittent stream. Over 55% of our property is untouched, and what we're asking for is consideration from the council to say, okay, 2%, that's something we can live with. We're not going to go anywhere. We're not going to try to make any more of that. We have a slope study that shows it's only 2% of what we're touched when what you see right there, which would allow for us to build the retaining wall. And we'd have to go into that region to construct the retaining wall and make it sound. And of course, we'll be able to build the 3 buildings there. And of course, as you know, we put a retaining wall there. We'll have a gate around it, so forth and so on for safety and all those other issues. But the reality of the situation is it's an opportunity for us not to cross the stream, have over 55% of our property untouched, but the reality is the give and take of it is 2% of that area that in where we're using does have a slope grade of about 20 to 30%, but that's all taken care of on a construction sense where we're flattening it out and putting retaining walls in. So in a sense, we know that's really what we need to do to make sure that we don't cross the intermittent stream per our conversation with Mr. Shipley, and therefore making this property what you see today, what you see on that map, on that screen.
Have you looked at some of the suggestions that they've made, like on the pavers and other things, to see what, maybe you can't get away from a retention basin, to 100%, but it's not kind of a mix where you can lessen the...
Yes, actually, in the site development plan, I have designed where before any water leaves to go down towards the detention basins, there will be biofilters for each of there's 3 areas where we, that have concern to slow down and minimize, so we can decrease the size of any of the detention ponds below the retaining walls.
Was that reduced from kind of the
that
layout that's on our drawing?
Yes, that was just saying this is the area.
Kind of location.
This is the general area that I want to put a detention basin. That is not the size of the detention basin.
Yeah. Okay.
It's just in this area is where I want to put a detention basin, where I see a detention basin. The other one up closer to the trailer park is the same thing. Is in that area is where I see a detention basin being. That is not representative of the size of the basin in any way, shape, or form. They are much smaller than that. And they are in the site development plan, they are in the flat areas, not in the sloped areas.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
And you're confident that you'll be able to meet the 1-inch
Oh, yes.
rainfall?
Yes. Yes. No, the biofilters, the sizes of the biofilters that I've already got started on the design that's in the site development package will allow us to handle the first inch, and I'm gonna try and get to more than an inch. I'm gonna try and get to like 2 inches, so that even decreases even more the size of what we have to worry about going down in the detention basin. It'll increase our time of concentration significantly, which means less water getting to the detention basin.
Any more questions or comments?
I have a question. I have kids, so I always think about this. How are you addressing school buses getting in and out?
That is a good question. I would assume that there would be, I know that fire trucks can get in and out, school buses can get in and out.
Okay.
And right now, we are working with Dan Johnson, trying to find a secondary point of access into the property,
Okay.
that in case there is a blockage on the main drive coming in, that they will have another way of getting in. We've proposed one thing, and he is checking it out right now with their facilities operations. And because what they came back with is physically impossible to get, where it is to come from the hotel side up a ramp into the property. Well, what he didn't realize is from the front side of the building to the back side of the building, there's 11 foot of difference in elevation. And I don't know if any fire truck can climb a 22% grade. There's not a lot of Jeeps that can climb a 22% grade. So that's why we came up with we've offered a different option to him, and he's checking with his people to see if they'll accept that.
Do the school buses even go into the gated apartment facilities?
Typically most school buses pick up at the front, and what we're having is taking the traffic study that we've received, and what we're doing on the very front of the property is not only widening the road drive turn lanes, but the A-cell, D-cell lanes, but you will have a boulevard of 2 lanes and 2 lanes, so you'll have 4 total lanes coming into the property, and then you'll have a little, some sort of landscaping buffer between the 2 lanes on either side. Those 2 lanes on either side, school bus traffic, or more importantly, emergency traffic, ambulance or fire trucks could get in on either side. So you'll have plenty of room to get in and out either way. If the school buses determine they want to come into the property, I mean, it will be wide enough to bring those school buses into the property and turn them around and take them back out.
Okay.
So, but the truth of the matter is, most of the times they do pick up at the front of these types of facilities, these types of residential communities. But in this sense, they will have the opportunity to come into the development, easily turn around, because the boulevard that we're building is so wide.
Okay.
Any other questions and comments?
The facility at the front that is on the south side, that's like a dumpster and a mailbox facility. Is that what that is?
Yeah, that is a combination compactor mailbox area. So
you
that
run out in the morning, put your trash there, come back in the evening, pick up your mail.
Yep. And there is pathways to and from. I know that's one of Mark's comments and that's something that got overlooked, is we will create a sidewalk that goes to the mailbox from all the other sidewalks.
I guess we ought to maybe go back to that slope. I know you guys are going to need some guidance on this slope. Number one, I can't give you enough accolade for preserving as much as you have of your properties, leaving it undisturbed, and that was kind of the idea behind the R6 OSR ordinance.
Yes.
But in my experience, when you're dealing with that steep slope, you can put equipment on the slope. I mean, even a 25% slope is pretty. I mean, that's really steep. I mean, I wouldn't want to put a tractor going across a 25% slope.
No.
But my concern probably has to do with stabilization and maintaining erosion control during the construction process. Because the first thing you're going to do is go down there and put your silt fence in, and then you're going to clear and grub down to the silt fence.
Then we'll have to put.
I think that you're dealing with such an unbelievably steep slope, and I think if there's a rub with the ordinance, it probably doesn't necessarily have to do with long term. It has to do with how do you stabilize it during construction, and how do you keep all your silt from getting into that stream.
And what we'll have to do is like you said, put the erosion control fence up, build the sediment basins first, then create diversion ditches above the sediment fence to route the water to the detention basins so that it can't try to intercept it before it gets to the silt fence. And then do your development do your construction up above.
Is there a way? I mean, normally you would clear and grub the site before you would build your temporary sediment ponds.
Well, we're going to have to build a temporary sediment
That's
basin.
kind of what I
It's going
couldn't
to have
see
to
how
be
you
the first
could,
thing.
how you could deal with something like this, because even using T-dot silt fence that has a wire into it, I mean,
It won't handle.
You-
It won't handle it. It won't handle.
when you have
this.
water coming down that steep of a slope,
Yes.
it's going to blow out.
Yes, that's why I said we're going to have. First thing that's going to happen is we're going to have to put the temporary sediment fence up, then clear just enough to build the detention basins. Clear just enough to cut the intercepted ditches, and then start clearing the site. It'll be a scheduling way of doing it, but that's the only way it's going to be able to be done. You have a very legitimate concern, and that's something I've been working on myself.
It looks like you're right up on the 25-foot aquatic buffer. Is that right?
No, we are about, at the nearest point, we're about 15 foot off.
Now, are we talking about the area that's going to be cleared and grubbed? Or are we talking about just the bottom of the retaining wall?
Bottom of the retaining wall, and I'm anticipating that we'll only encroach past the retaining wall about 10 feet.
Okay. So really what we're seeing here that is not in the dark shaded area, with the exception of the detention ponds, that's a little misleading, not on your part,
Yeah.
but that's not necessarily the whole area that's going to be graded.
No.
Obviously, the detention ponds, you're going to have to get in there and grade those.
Yes, no,
to
actually.
get your volume.
Yeah, actually, what is shown there is the 52% non-touch is the
Okay.
aquatic use buffer, and all the area north, everything outside of that, well, it doesn't take into consideration the portions of the 35 and 50 foot buffers that have vegetation on it that we cannot touch. The
Right.
10-foot buffer between us and the office and the hotel property down below, which you cannot touch.
Mm-hmm.
So when you throw all that in, we're actually closer to almost 60% that we're not going to be touching on the property, not to mention the areas, like I said, outside the retaining wall. We need 10 foot just to be able to do the construction of the retaining wall. We don't need to go any further than that into it, so we won't, other than just enough to make sure that we can grade the site and do responsible construction.
Yeah, it looks like if there's, to use the word invasive, if the most invasive part of it is probably the detention ponds closest to that aquatic buffer. And I'm just trying to figure out if there's another way. Yeah, obviously I don't have a topography in front of me, and so I'm sure a lot of this is dictated by the existing topography
Yes.
that's there.
Yes.
I assume you're not really changing a whole lot of the topography until you
No.
get to the toe of the
Yes.
retaining wall.
Yes. If I may, I brought some plans. That does have topography on it. There's 4 of them.
I guess I'm kind of leaning back to the comments, what Mark said. If there's some way, you're going to need retaining walls. There's no doubt when you're dealing with a slope like that, but there's some way to work with those detention ponds or to mitigate the detention ponds.
And that's where the biofilters will increase the time of concentration up above. So therefore, you decrease the amount of water that has to be monitored. So that'll lower the size of the ponds. But the nice thing is also, Noah, we can take advantage of some of those slopes by building a berm to create the natural detention without having to dig a pond. We just have to build a berm to create the pond.
Dam, basically.
A dam, basically, create a dam.
Well, what I'm looking at on the topography is, and I didn't realize this, once you actually get down to where the bottom of the retaining wall, it starts to
Flatten out.
level out, strangely enough.
Yes. Yes, it does.
So, what I was visualizing is you trying to get a ditch witch in, trying to put your silt fence in on this
No.
unbelievably steep slope.
No.
That's actually not the case.
No, it is not.
Here, the really steep part is probably up under the parking lot.
It's actually going to be about 20 to 50 feet from the retaining wall.
Have you got with your geotech on
The
being able to
geotech-
build on that much fill?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
You think you
The geotech is
your
desi-
site balanced? Do you have enough?
No,
fill?
we're going to probably have to haul in dirt.
Okay. So, I mean, all of a sudden I'm thinking the 30-foot wall, and then
The tallest point of the wall right now is, there's one spot that's 29 feet, but for the most part, most of it is about 15 to 20 foot tall.
And ideally, if you look at the topographic map of what we have in front of you, obviously you can see the flattest part of the site is across the intermittent stream. And we all know that stream is dry 60% of the year. So it's not considered a blue line in the sense of the state of Tennessee doesn't require it as a blue line, so it never showed up as a map. But really, the flattest part is across that. But in the sense that, you know, we've all agreed that we want to stay to the other side of that, leave the rest of this space for green space. What you end up with, once again, is what you're looking at is 2% of, we're in substantial grade and only 2% of that entire area. So for what we've done over an entire site of 33 acres, limit that 33 acres down to about a land disturbance area of about 9 or 13 acres. And then of that 13 acres, we're really only into a slope region that is 20% or greater, 2% of that 13 acres. And, you know, obviously, once again, the flattest part of the site is across the intermittent stream, but that was the give and take when we first started with this project that we talked about with Mr. Shipley and the rest of the team.
You guys are obviously, and that's a lot of the reason for the R6 OSR, you're dealing with a real challenging site. And to put it in perspective, I can't really think of anything in the town of Farragut that is that steep in some of those areas. And I'm just trying to put it conceptually so everybody can kind of understand. Of course, my big thing is just maintaining the erosion during construction and being able to permanently stabilize it after construction, which probably once you got the retaining wall in, then you start dealing with a slope that below the retaining wall that's real workable, and you've pretty much eliminated the steep slopes. It's during the construction process. If I have any heartburn about trying to figure out how to maintain your silt on site, obviously I think you guys have a good plan that you wouldn't want to clear and grub the entire site. You would want to get your temporary sediment ponds. I mean, I think it'd be absolutely critical on a site like this.
That is 100%.
And the other thing is dealing with our ordinance about 25%. Is it the 25% in the tree protection ordinance that usually that we consider that environmentally sensitive, Mark?
It doesn't give a percentage in that ordinance. Still not working right. But anything steeper generally than 25% has traditionally been considered steep in terms of falling within the environmentally sensitive definition in the tree protection ordinance.
I can also respect the quid pro quo here of being able to permanently take a significant portion of the site and dedicate it as open space. How to incorporate it into any sort of passive recreation with those retaining walls is going to be challenging, trying to figure out how to get walking trails over there, because you're not going to want to put a staircase down the walls and then back up. But nevertheless, if pedestrians can't use it, surely the creatures and all the animals will be able to use it. So I mean, I think we're on the right track here. We just got to figure out, we've got a really steep slope, and we've got to figure out where the common ground is with, pardon the pun.
And that's kind of, and exactly right. So, you know, the deal is for us when we first started that, you know, the idea is that, you know, by staying on the side that we were, it was a cost savings to the developer, but actually the amount of retaining walls that we've had to put in to stay on the side, stay on the other side of the intermittent stream, it's actually become more costly than it is for us to build a bridge and go across to the flat area. But, you know, that's not going to give, you know, what we've been talking about this whole time of providing, you know, more than 60% open space on the property. But we will probably be able to get if you go up closer to the trailer park, you'll be able to get there. That slope's not as bad. You can be able to get through there and get walking trails to come from that end and come around. So we're not so concerned. We'll get the walking trails in there. And when you get up to the flat area, you'll be able to have a gazebo type area, sitting area, but it's all 100% nature integrated. I mean, it'll be a, you know, from our stake of it, it'll be, you know, like you said, it'll be all deer, it'll be all turkeys, everything that's in that area will be able to stay there and will be untouched. So that's great for the folks that live in that community. But the give and take was for us to be able to do that. The 2%, you know, and keep going back to it, 2% of the site where we're getting into that slope region is the give and take to make sure that we've conserved 60% of a 34-acre site for green space, for the town, for the community, for everybody that lives in this community, and for, like I said, the school behind us. they'll be able to have, we'll giving them access and trails to come in and see the animals and see the turkey and, you know, kind of do those things and really create a community space out of it, not only for us, but for the Christian school behind us as well.
Does anybody else have any questions or comments?
I think you guys have done a great job. I mean, that's, as everybody said, it's a tough piece of property. You've amazed me with what you've been able to do with it, so. hope it all
Thank you
comes.
very much.
Yeah, just to kind of mention this, is all that area, just for the public here in gray, is area that would be permanent open space. It's on their property, but it's that 52% of the property that is that they're reserving as permanent open space. So, and that's in this zoning district, which is relatively new, it requires 50%. So that's a substantial sacrifice of land, I guess. So that's, we do appreciate that. If we could tweak some of those other things, like the staff and I think some of the commissioners have brought up, that might be, I think that's doable to adjust those things.
You're gonna have to buttress your retaining wall? I think you're gonna have to buttress your retaining wall.
The design on that hasn't been completed yet, so I can't answer that. I mean, obviously it's going to have to be cut in and stapled, so that it's not going to move. It can't move. So, in fact, I've already started discussions with the geotech, because I was proposing to put the biofilters right above the retaining wall. He said, you can't do that. So I've moved them up, literally, quite literally, between the buildings, up closer to the parking lot, which decreased a little bit of the area, but I can go deeper with them and not have an impact on the buildings, foundations, or the retaining wall.
Have you done core samples yet?
It's in the process of being done right now. Actually, all the field work is done, the lab work is being done right as we speak. We have received a phase 1 environmental on the property.
Very clean. And as an example, you know, as folks, you always talk about other properties and other potential properties that we build, and I've personally worked on throughout East Tennessee. Signal Mountain, Chattanooga, as you all may or may not know, is a very difficult climate to work in. And as you get off there, if you've ever been to Signal Mountain, up there to Baylor High School or GPS, there's a development there on the hill that is a multi-family development that I worked on in the past. I mean, we were into 40 and 50 degree slopes. You know, it was literally up on a mountain, cleared it off, put these huge amounts of retaining walls in, and you know what? Aesthetically, it came out very perfect. We were able to handle the erosion problems because, I mean, literally, if you see it, it's straight down the mountainside. You know, it really is. We were able to make sure that there was no flood control problems, through construction, no issues whatsoever. So we feel that we will be very capable, Mr. Myers, of handling the issues of what you're talking about in the pre-construction phase. Look, we don't want anybody. We don't want any mud getting into anywhere. We don't want any messes, as much as we understand the climate and the rain that can come. But we're going to be fully prepared, and we're going to handle each and every aspect of environmental controls that we can do.
This is just a matter of interest. Is annexation complete?
The first reading was approved last week. No, the December 11th meeting will be the second reading, and we're anticipating an approval then too.
Thank you.
Any other questions and comments? And do we vote on this?
No, again, that was just a request to bring before the planning commissioners, just to get your all's feedback. It's not a requirement of that zoning district to have a concept plan, but I think you all have given the applicant some good feedback, and I think that's the whole purpose of bringing it before you, and then also showing the public early on what the plans are for that piece of property.
And just as a quick question, I mean, we're going to continue to look at the scenario of what you talk about, and we'll come up, more than likely, we'll provide you all with a detailed battle plan, and so to speak, or more importantly, an action plan, of a step-by-step action plan that you all can understand, that will lay out line by line of what we're going to have to do. We'll work with Mr. Shipley to get that together to make sure that everybody is on the same page and knows exactly what we have to do at each stage of this type of construction, this type of development, so that you all are nowhere in the dark on any decision that has to be made with this. So please, any more questions, we'll take them as they come.
Well, definitely, if you guys can figure out a way to tighten up those detention ponds, and possibly incorporate the use of permeable pavers. We've used them a couple times now, and they're a lot more affordable than they used to be. But there might be some things to look at that you might be able to do to help address some of these issues, and quite frankly, reduce your total area of grading. But and again, those are some things that you're looking for guidance tonight, and that's what I'm trying to do is really try to encourage some maybe outside the box thinking that will help you guys as you're trying to deal with a difficult site.
And I'll give you some give and take there. The permeable pavers are something, and when you talk about dealing with gray water and we talk about runoffs and things, that's something that typically, okay, yes, we would love to do that, but some of the things as we move down the road and we have to look at is construction types for this type of multifamily construction. Like I said, the town of Farragut has a restriction of anything over 7,000 square feet has to have a certain level of fire protection that typically is not, that's above and beyond what the International Building Code is. So as a developer, we have to give and take and weigh those options. But permeable pavers is something definitely we're looking at as a possibility to use, and we will use permeable pavers, how much we can use, and how much is going to be effect of what the construction cost requirements and what we see in every other market, what we can build in construction cost is going to be much higher here in the town of Farragut than it would be in Knox County or any other county in the state. And that's just because of what the code that's here. So that's going to be some of the give and take that we're going to have to look at here over the next 2 weeks before our next sit down with you guys and discuss that. But there's going to be reasons why we do give and take. By all means, we'll have we'll give you concrete empirical reasons of why we're doing what we are and what we will not be able to do, and it's based off of an algorithmic math formula that we come up with that says we can do A, B, C, and D, but we may not be able to do E, F, and G. But by all means, we'll explain to you why we can and cannot do that.
You guys got a great plan. I think you're off to a good start.
Yes, sir.
And we appreciate it.
All right, thank you all for your time.
Thank you.
I don't know if anybody from the public's here for that.
Right. Keep asking. Does anybody have any questions or comments for these folks for their North Campbell Station Road property? And we'll move on to item number 6, discussion and public hearing on a site plan for outdoor seating at Bad Daddy's Burger Bar, 11683 Parkside Drive, GBS Engineering. You're still here.
This one shouldn't be as controversial. I hope.
Hopefully not. This is basically a request for providing a covered outdoor patio on the west side of where the Mr. Gaddy's Pizza tenant space used to be, and on Parkside Drive. It's about a 690 square foot covered patio addition. And as Mark indicated, this one should be a lot more simple than the previous item. The staff actually recommends approval of this site plan, subject to any lighting that they may use that's exterior, being in compliance with the town's outdoor site lighting requirements. And again, I apologize for this screen not working tonight. I would highlight that area, but it's over there on the far left in that box. That's where the proposed addition is. Just
Mark, can you show A10?
I don't know. We didn't include everything in
Or
this.
did you include my C2?
I don't think so. No.
Okay, well, sorry. It'd be
Just tried to
kind
give
of a blowout of it.
a
but
general indication of what it's going to look like and where it's at on the property. That's kind of some different elevation profiles of the proposed covered patio. It would be somewhat similar to the La Paria
Yes.
covered area that's in a building just to the east of this building.
Does anybody have any questions?
I'll move for approval.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Thank you all.
We look forward to that.
I'm looking forward to it being done myself.
Discussion and public hearing on a site plan for the Honest One Auto Car Center, 150 North Campbell Station Road, .62 acres, Randolph Architects applicants.
This request is another addition request. This is the existing, what was oil change facility between LCUB's customer service building and the rural metro building on North Campbell Station. They are requesting to add about 1,100 square feet to the east end of the existing building. It's a little bit hard to see there, but it would be the part of the building that does not face Campbell Station Road that they're expanding toward. The use itself would not be consistent in what we've been dealing with the mixed-use town center, and this parcel is in that area. However, this particular use has not been abandoned for more than 30 months, so it really is not, the use is still, protected in that regard, and the addition does not come anywhere close to being 50% of the value of the existing building. So those are not really relevant issues in this case. The staff's remaining comments on the site plan are at your places, and probably most of them are pretty minor. The only one I would point out is in the proposed plans. The addition part is proposed to be block as opposed to brick, and the staff's suggestion was to construct that of brick to match the existing building. They could certainly add some vertical alteration to it to give it some more, to take out some of the boxiness of the existing building. But the material itself, our suggestion was to match what they currently have. That was probably the biggest comment. And the other comment, just to point out, and I think the applicant would like to speak to probably both of these, is in the southeast corner of the property. They're basically proposing just to straighten the curb line. There's currently basically a parking space width area that's cut out, so there's a turnaround provided, and they're wanting to basically have a straight curb along the back and basically stripe out that southeastmost area there. It's not a required parking space. They can speak to why they want to leave it as they propose, but the staff recommends just keeping the curb line the way it is, since it's not really, it's not being added to meet parking space requirements. So again, those are the two things that are left that there may warrant some further discussion. The rest of the items were just relatively minor comments, but I'd be happy to answer any questions you have on any of those.
Will you
All
tell
right.
us who you are and give us an address, please?
Yes, thank you. My name's Mark Randolph with Randolph Architecture, and I'm here with Mr. Adam Marcus. He's the potential owner of the property. As Mark described, there was 11 items, and there's only a couple of those 11 items that we wanted to review with you tonight. And the site plan, or the civil sheet that you see on the screen, the first item might be the easiest item to discuss, but the rationale and the reason why we want to square off, or that curb to be at a 90-degree angle, is we're having to remove that portion and reface it or regrade it such to blend it into the existing asphalt paving. What we didn't want to do is resurface the entire lot. If I can expand a little bit, The finished floor elevation we want to maintain with the addition on the back that you see in that bold rectangle. In order to do that, when we maintain that existing finished floor elevation of 899.5 feet, the back of the site drops off fairly significantly now. So in order to regrade that appropriately, then to feather that back into the existing grade and the parking on that south side of the building, we wanted, as you can see, that hard line runs across is where we interface new asphalt paving with the existing asphalt paving. So that back corner on that southeast side would be redone in some form or fashion, and that's why we had that at a 90-degree corner in lieu of bringing that curb out and making a radius there as it is today. So that was our rationale and our thought process with that corner. We did indicate that we would cross stripe it as a no parking zone or area to allow us to meet the zoning ordinance of the 10-foot backup or turnaround space from that end space that's currently there.
Anybody have any questions?
Yeah,
for him?
does anybody, do you understand that, or do I need to expand a little bit more?
Well, the if I'm interpreting this correctly, there is no current detention on site. Is that right?
That's correct. The site is small enough that there is no detention.
Well, and you're already dealing with an impervious area, so it's not like you're adding additional impervious area with the exception of that corner.
That's correct, Mr. Myers. I'm sorry to not point that out. What the whole approach to our project was not to add or diminish impervious versus pervious. The addition that you see on the back is already existing asphalt paving. So we're not displacing or changing those ratios drastically. We're changing it by 1%, 1.5% is all. And that is due to really that back corner. So. But I don't know if you've ever been to the site, but it does drop off pretty significantly. The other aspect that we had to do from an economic standpoint is that curb line drops off pretty drastically or radically to the creek behind. And of course there is a flood fringe zone and line, and we've worked with Mark on that to make sure that we didn't infringe, that the elevations are correct, that we're not encroaching on what those minimum elevations need to be. And from a cost standpoint or economics, we didn't want to go beyond that existing curb line as well. So that was the rationale behind that.
Does anybody else have any questions or comments? Mark, you have?
That was that item. I guess they want to speak to the...
The second item that we wanted to speak to of Mark's 11 items, and as I stated earlier, 9 of those issues we don't have an issue. In fact, I haven't gotten to speak to Mark, but most of those other 9 items we've already been able to revise the drawings, and I have a rough draft letter here with some revision drawings that I can present to Mark tomorrow or Monday regarding those. But the second item of those 11 is the elevations and the material used on that addition. The elevations are kind of hard to understand or read, but basically we have a existing 70-foot wide by 20-foot deep footprint that is all brick veneer, all sides, front, sides, and rear. What we've done to try to be contextual with the surrounding buildings, as well as give us a little bit of a design presence or difference, in lieu of having that addition on the back, align with the sides of the building, we have diminished the new addition a little bit smaller footprint in width. It's not 70 feet wide, it's only 68 feet wide, so that we can stair step that addition and create an inside corner for caulking and the masonry difference, as well as if there's any difference in settlement between the existing and the new. And in doing so, what we felt was a design approach that would be enhanced or enhance the building is to go with split face block, which gives us another texture and a different scale on that product in lieu of the brick veneer. And that is, like I said, 20 feet back from that front corner. And we thought from a design standpoint that it would be a little bit more interest. We would take one of the tones that's in the brick, there is a variation in that brick, and we would take one of those tones as far as trying to match that with a split face unit or a paint product that we would apply to get that to blend. But we have researched the area, and I have some exhibits if you want to see, but I think most of you are aware there is split face block used numerous times in the town of Farragut. The building adjacent to us, the fire department, fire station, is all split face block. That was one reason why we were using it, to be very contextual with the surrounding buildings. In addition to that, the library has split face block on it. First Choice Automotive, that was recently completed on Kingston Pike, has split face block and brick, which is again very similar to what we're trying to do with brick and split face. First Citizens Bank, which is very close to the intersection, has brick and split face block. Best Buy in Turkey Creek, which is in the town of Farragut, has split face block on it. Gander Mountain has split face block on it. Marshall's has split face block. Split face block is also used, and very similar to what we're trying to do, and I know it's very difficult for you to see, but I'm going to pass this around, is a new facility or building retail that was built on Kingston Pike, and the address is 10,910. It has a front facade, but down the sides it has split face block, and that's very, very similar to what we're trying to achieve with our building addition as well. Essex Point, another retail facility, has split face block. And lastly, the project that you just saw before us has CMU on the sides. And again, this is a photograph of the current facility there beside First Tennessee Bank in Turkey Creek. And it has plain smooth face painted CMU, and it faces a street. And the other side there at Potbellies faces a street, and again when it turns it has painted smooth face CMU. So again, I was just trying to give a lot of examples. We were actually surprised when we did some research and looked to see the different variations and the different materials that are used on all these new facilities or new buildings. And we think the change or the two different textures would add to the ambiance or to the addition in lieu of it trying to match the existing brick. And I may say that the existing brick is about 10 years old or 12 years old. We would never be able to match that brick and mortar. It would be different even if we tried to match it. So that was another reason why we thought the split face would be more appropriate.
You know, I'll offer to you. We're obviously a community. We like brick, and I like brick a lot. But I like what you've done here, and all the examples you gave are good-looking buildings. I tell you one thing, two things I really like is the way you changed the roof line with the addition, and I really like the way you're going to indent the building a foot on each side, if I understood it correctly.
Yes,
I think
that's
it'll look
correct.
sharp, and you know, split face block can look really sharp when you do it with the right color. I think most people would be surprised. I bet many of the folks in the audience tonight, when you were rattling off these buildings, would say, "I didn't know that was split face block." Personally, I think it looks sharp. I'm fine with it.
Well, since you did mention that, another design detail that was very difficult with this building is maintaining the heights that we needed to maintain inside the building, because when you put racks in there or jacks and you elevate those cars or vehicles to get that height that we needed on the back, if we continued the existing slope on that roof, we were not going to be able to maintain that. So a real design feature and something that we had to deal with, as you can see by that dashed line, is raise the back, and then we would have the actual roof slope come toward the existing building, and then how do we have those parapet walls change and indent that so that you have a good looking side elevation, because we know you're going to see that from Campbell Station Road. Not so much on the fire station side, but you are exposed on the LCUB side.
Yeah, and those were just kind of suggestions, so, you know, I think adding some vertical variation is certainly a great enhancement to that building to take some of that boxiness out of it. I do agree with that.
Basically, Mark, what he's saying is that we can't force you to use brick. It is in our downtown district, so we're trying to encourage more use of brick. We may require it in the future, but I think you've got I think you've made some compromises that make sense, and I would support a motion to approve, with the exception I probably don't support, or not probably, I don't support the increasing your impervious surface. I live on that stream and I see the flooding that occurs. And the only issue we're talking about is that corner in your parking lot that's currently landscaping that you wanted to stripe off. And so I think that would be setting a precedent for us that we don't want to do. And again, it's because you're grandfathered in without detention. If you had water detention and the volumes was there to support it, you're good to go all day long. But being that you're already currently not detaining the site, and it's not it is what it is. It's grandfathered. So like I said, I support everything with the exception of that little corner back there, because I see what goes on Little Turkey Creek, and it's a pretty substantial amount of flooding. So
I don't think there's been any issues there at that particular site, though, in terms of.
No, I don't think so. I don't think. No, I'm downstream from you guys.
Yes.
And so I am impacted by additional water hitting that. Even though we are dealing with a minuscule amount of water in a little bitty area, it does set a precedent saying, hey, if your impervious surface is this today, we allowed you to do this on a site that's currently not detained, then we kind of open up a Pandora's box for somebody else to come along. Same way that you talked about all the CMU and the split face block on these other places. Same thing. We said, well, hey, honest one, Auto Care didn't have to do it, and why should we have to do it? So, I think you've got a good facility, and I like what you've done, and we sure wish you good success in your endeavor.
Well, I would like to add, obviously, we want the best looking facility that we can achieve as well. From the owner's perspective, I'm sure that he doesn't want to do anything that deters or is ugly for people approaching the building, as well as people wanting to go there to have their vehicle serviced.
So Noah, just a point of clarity to make sure, because you have an official.
I did make a motion to approve. Basically, subject to the items.
Striking number 2. Is that correct?
Well, number 2 is the title block contains conceptual information which is not intended for construction. Oh, hold on a second.
Number 6.
We moved around. Okay. The specifically the one that I have again a reservation about is increasing your impervious surface, which has to do with that little corner item. We had 2 low-hanging fruits that we were kind of dealing with here tonight. One was the brick, which I support your split face block under the circumstances, And then the second item was increasing the impervious surface, which is really the only item I don't support.
So are you,
In terms of Mark's 11 items, those 2 items are number 2 and number 6.
yeah, keep.
Number 6 is
number 6
the
will
item.
stay, number 2
Number
would be,
2
would be removed.
we'll give on it.
Are you okay with that?
I know Adam wants to feather that in and maintain that 90-degree corner with the curb. It makes it a little bit easier from a construction standpoint. And that's the reason and the rationale why we did it originally.
If I may. So,
Yeah.
Alderman Honkin, thank you for asking the question. I'm Adam Marcus. I'm going to be the owner and operator of this facility. The reason why we have to tear out that space to regrade the property, we're well below our pervious and impervious percentages already. So we thought that, having to go back, after we've torn out a structure, to go back and replace it just seemed to be economically wasteful. We're going back with additional landscaping, we're going back with an improvement of the facility. We thought that this, less than 100 square feet on the property wasn't going to create a substantial hardship to the town of Farragut. And when the construction company would come back in, it makes it more difficult for them to put a radius curb in and then re-landscape it and do all that versus just squaring it up, dropping the asphalt, feathering it in. Because if you go back to the other side, you'll see that corner is kind of like the epicenter of a transition point.
Right.
And so I'm just trying to make the construction process smooth and simple, especially given that we're going into the wintertime.
And for the record, I'd be fine with grass. You don't have to put a flower bed back there, but I'd be fine with grass. And you're probably talking to maybe a 12 by 20 area. Is that generally what we're talking about? And again, I agree.
It's about 100 square feet. It's about the size of a parking spot.
Well, normal parking spot is 10 by 20, 200 square feet. This one might be slightly larger. And again, it doesn't matter if it's 1 square feet or square foot or 200. I guess what I'm concerned about is that we're dealing with an undetained site. And we're getting into civil engineering terms, which probably you could care less about. But for me, it's kind of important because I feel like it's setting a precedent saying, hey, we're letting a site who's non-conforming today, that we wouldn't allow this site to be built the same way it's built without any kind of water detention facilities. And we're letting that site expand its impervious footprint without doing any detention facilities. And so the next person comes along and says, well, mine's only 500 square feet. And the next person comes along and says, I'm only doing 5,000 square feet of additional impervious surface. And that's probably what gives me heartburn. I'm not speaking for the rest of the commission here. But I think it's a great facility. I think your addition is going to be great. It's actually going to be hidden behind the building. And so and it'll probably allow you to stack cars on both sides and, hopefully double the service area. And so I think there's a lot of great things that you've done. That one area I can't support. And I know it's minor, and I agree. I can see by where your cut line is in your asphalt that you're going to have to take that area out. But really, it's probably a little bit cheaper to have put in grass there. And the extruded curb, you're dealing with an 8-inch extruded curb. They'll run that with the machine, and the radius is no big deal. Even though you would probably like to have it there, again, we're setting a precedent by it.
So we haven't had this happen for a long time.
We haven't.
So we have a formal motion on the floor, and I want to make sure, because I'm ready to second it, but I want to make sure that everybody's clear on what it is. It does seem like a minor item. I understand that. There is a certain amount of cost. I'd like to believe the cost is reasonable. So I'm looking to see either a look of panic or a look of, I think we can live with that, before I make my statement.
If that's going to get I can put the extruded curb back in and the grass back in if we can move forward and have this project approved tonight.
Then I will second the motion.
Mark, do we have it the way we need it to
Yeah,
be? Because
we got it.
this is, okay.
Basically, we're striking numbers.
Number 2.
Right.
Number 2.
Number 2, that's right.
Striking number 2, okay, does everybody understand that? Okay. And we have a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you for coming.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Item number 8, discussion and public hearing on a site plan for a storage building addition at the Town of Farragut Public Works Site, 731 Fritz Road, 12.32 acres, Town of Farragut applicant.
Good evening.
Okay, this is just a request for a storage shed, 30 by 75. It would be similar to this. It's smaller. It'll be smaller, but it's would be within the existing fenced portion of the Public Works facility at the end of Fretz Road. It's there for storing tractors and lawnmowers and things like that. This particular property is zone S1, and the minimum setback is 50 feet. This building would be 59 feet, so it meets the setback requirements. Again, it's just basically a storage shed for the Public Works equipment, and the staff recommends approval of the site plan.
If you'll tell us who you are and give us your business address.
Okay, I'm Bud McKelvey. I'm Public Works Director for the Town of Farragut. The address for the town facility there is 727 Fritz Road. The business address will be 11408 Municipal Center Drive, which is this building right here.
Does anybody have any questions?
I'll move for approval.
I'll second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey, Bud, are you gonna add another basketball goal?
That wasn't part of the approval, I don't think. Come back before us for that.
Moving along to item number 9, discussion and public hearing on a request to rezone parcel 115.01 and 116.01, tax map 130, parcels 96 and 96.01. Tax map 142 from R2 to R4 to R6. TKD Construction Company Incorporated, care of Ross Bradley, applicant.
Okay, this is property probably everybody's familiar with. It's between Chapel Point subdivision and Westside Unitarian Universalist Church off of Grigsby Chapel Road. Just a little bit of background on part of this property. The front southern portion, about 5 acres of it, which is part of what's currently zoned R4, which is attached single-family residential, similar to Chapel Point, Farragut Commons, that type of housing development. There was a request back in 2008 to rezone part of that R4 property to R6 for a staged elderly housing project, which was favorably recommended by the Planning Commission but did not pass at the board level. So now a different applicant is requesting to rezone the entire R4 tract, which is 16.5 acres and roughly 8.3 acres, which peels off there to the east or the right on the screen there. I would highlight that, but this marker doesn't work. That property is currently zoned R2, and the request is to rezone all that R4 and that R2 portion to R6. As you know, recently we amended the R6 zoning district. That is a multifamily residential zoning district. And as part of that text amendment process, there was a whole lot of discussion about this general property here as a potential candidate for a multifamily residential project, and a lot of concerns expressed at our various meetings and to the applicant about traffic. The applicant has taken those concerns into consideration, and the request that they're wanting to do, and is shown on the concept plan, which I'll show in a minute, is to rezone the property again to R6, but just have an elderly housing, both independent and assisted type project on this this entire piece of property. They felt that that would be a better fit given the traffic concerns that were conveyed to the applicant during the text amendment process. On the screen is just a very rough, again, this is just very preliminary concept drawing of what the applicant would envision at full build-out. The first phase, as they envision at this point, would be the southernmost portion, which is the closest to Grigsby Chapel Road, and that would be basically an assisted living type facility, and then more independent type residential units to the north in subsequent phases. This type of housing is not permitted, obviously, in R4. It is permitted in R6. There are certain additional requirements for elderly housing independent of the R6 zoning district that are provided for in Chapter 4 of the zoning ordinance that they would have to meet if this property were rezoned to R6. Of course, you know, from a staff's perspective, as with any rezoning request, you know, when you rezone property to a different zoning district, someone can do on that property whatever's permitted in that zoning district. So that's something to keep in mind here. The applicant may at this point have this type of housing in mind, but if it's rezoned R6, they could do anything permitted in the R6 zoning district, which could include multifamily residential. There was a traffic impact study that was conducted by Cannon & Cannon that basically evaluated the impacts of the traffic based on essentially the build-out that's on the screen there with the elderly housing versus what the build-out would be under current zoning, R4 and R2. And the result of that traffic impact study showed that if it were developed as shown on this plan, the traffic impact would be less than if they were to build it under current zoning. And you know, the applicants here, they can certainly speak to that study in more detail. But that's just a general overview of what this request is. This is just a workshop. We talked about that with the applicant, and we're workshopping it because of you know, the history of the property, you know, how much discussion this warranted during the text amendment process. We thought that we really needed to workshop this request to get a better understanding of what the applicant is wanting to do, and they can present their request to you.
Before we go to the applicant, the issue of rezoning the property and R6, once it's rezoned, can be several different possibilities. Can we have the town attorney, Tom Hale, come and talk with us a little bit and see if there's anything that we can do to conditionally protect that possibility? I think he's been looking into this for us.
Yeah, I was asked, Tom Hale, Town Attorney, 12007 Mallard Bay Drive. I was asked to look at this to see, and we've never done this before, but apparently they do it in the city of Knoxville frequently and in Knox County, whether or not there is a way to limit what can be built on a piece of property that is less than what would be allowed under the zoning if it were not restricted. There are cases in Tennessee that have upheld the right of a municipality to impose conditions when they rezone. So a municipality can impose conditions on the rezoning that limit the use of the property to specific things that are permitted in that zone, if you follow what I'm saying. There are also other things that a municipality can do to strengthen the enforcement of that. You can impose a requirement that, as part of the process, that a restrictive covenant be recorded in the Register of Deeds office that actually limits the use of the property to a particular type of use, that it excludes things in the zone that are felt to be inappropriate. That kind of a restriction would run with the land, very much like subdivision restrictions run with the land, so that any future purchaser would be restricted in their right to do anything but what the property was restricted for them to do. So this was news to me. I've never had to look at this before, but it appears that the law would allow a limited use within the R6 if that's what the town wanted to do. You might have any questions for me before I...
Who would enforce a deed restriction like that, Tom?
Well, it probably would be, I thought a little bit about, my thought would be, and we do this at the Board of Zoning Appeals level frequently, somebody will ask to do something and the Board of Zoning Appeals will authorize it subject to a restrictive covenant being entered into with the town that would allow the town to enforce that covenant. But, you know, I suppose, I would think it would be, that's the way it would be with the town. So that, let's say, you know, most restrictions have a provision in them that they can be removed. You know, you don't tie up land forever hereafter. So you can have provisions in there that allow, if the parties to the restriction agree to remove it, they can remove it. But if that were to be done here, you know, there'd have to be a action by the Board of Mayor and Aldermen to do that. And I would assume that if somebody wanted to get around the conditional zoning, they would have to rezone it to be rezoned without the restriction or without the condition that had been imposed. So there are really two protections if you did it that way. You would have the limited use zoning that would have to be changed by a rezoning, and then you would have the restrictive covenant that the town and whoever the property owner was would have to agree to.
Would case law, or does case law support this sort of thing when it's been challenged?
Yeah, that's what I've been reading.
Okay.
Tom, just out of curiosity, this is probably going deeper on this, but since we're all learning a little bit here tonight, in addition to a restriction as far as what could be built on the property, you had made the comment that there could be a condition added as well. Could, in addition to the type of occupancy on that type on a piece of property, could one also use, in this case, I'll say the traffic impact study, where we said that the impact on traffic in that area could not exceed a certain amount. I don't know if I may be too general, but do you get my point?
Yeah, I think that would be a lot harder to do.
Okay.
Because it would be a fluid kind of thing. But I mean, from what I understand from the discussion that I've heard before today with the staff, this traffic impact, I mean, if they built what's allowed right now, the traffic would be more than if they built what they're wanting to build under the R6. The key, though, would be you'd want to make sure that they couldn't do anything beyond what they are proposing to do, such that it would have an impact on the traffic. But I think it'd be hard. Even I couldn't draft that
and you're pretty
kind of a
good.
document.
Well, I was just curious because this hadn't come up before, at least within the town of Farragut. I didn't know how far we could, whether it's this property or somewhere else in the future, that it would come up. But you answered my question. Thank you.
And I think this is a legitimate thing for you to think about as to whether or not you even want to go in this direction. I mean, it is a little bit different than what we've done. It is done by other municipalities, apparently all over. The real question is, with everything you all look at, is what is the wisdom of doing it? And, that's for you all to decide, but it sort of struck me that if the traffic is going to be less, and that's what the problem is the traffic, then if there were a way to do it without adversely impacting the traffic compared to what they could create just building what's permitted now, it just seemed to me that was, you don't want to ignore something like that if traffic is your main concern.
Oh, just for my clarification, right now, covenants in subdivisions are enforced by the homeowners of that subdivision. And what you're saying is the covenants would be enforced by the town of Farragut.
It would essentially, that covenant would be a contract between the town and the owner that imposed the covenant. And so that would be, it would specifically provide that the town would have the right to enforce it.
And that would say the owner decides to sell it shortly after this takes place. That would go with the sale.
That runs with the land. It's like an imposition or an encumbrance on the property. So it would limit the ability to do anything beyond that. I mean, we'd have to draft it in a way that, it'd take a little head scratching, but I think we could do it if that's what the will of the body was.
To me, the easiest way to enforce it would be to withhold any permits for a project that doesn't comply with the covenant. So it's not like we're having to say, oh, whoa, you've done something you weren't supposed to do. We're just, as long as the town would have the ability and the authority to withhold those permits, whether it be a grading permit or a building permit or a land disturbance permit for that matter, is that we would have the ability to withhold those permits until we're satisfied, and ultimately you're satisfied that it meets the agreement in that covenant.
That's the effect of putting the condition on the zoning, limiting the use. It's just like if somebody tried to build something on property where the property wasn't properly zoned for that use, that we wouldn't issue building permits for a non-conforming use. So that's exactly, I think that's...
To me, that's a lot easier than having a long, drawn-out court battle down the road. Well, we're just going to say, hey, we're not going to issue a permit for that.
I was just trying to figure out a way, if we wanted to have a little double protection and have some additional something of record.
Mm-hmm.
I think there's a concern that maybe people might forget about the restriction or the condition on the zoning. If you had a covenant, it would be of record at the courthouse, and anybody that was going to buy the property would know that there was a limitation on the property's use. So they wouldn't buy it if they weren't willing to they'd know about it. Nobody'd have to go tell them. We wouldn't have to remember to remind people that we're thinking about buying it. It would be of record, and when they searched the title, they would find out about it. That's sort of belt and suspenders, I guess, really, is what I'm saying.
Does anyone else have any questions for Tom?
I have a question. When we're talking about a covenant, you're talking about use, but in that covenant, are we able to, and I guess this is the question, maybe I'm asking your question a little more clarity, limit the number of units based on the traffic study?
I think you can impose any requirement that is a measurable, or like number of units is frequently included in the zoning ordinance. So you could condition the rezoning on a particular use, and that the density not be any greater than whatever you decided to impose. But this, the one thing about this law that I've been reading is that this has to be an imposition that the town imposes. We're not going to negotiate with the property owner about it. You would have to decide what you're comfortable with and what you think accomplishes the goals of the town, and make that imposition. And then if they didn't want to accept those impositions, then that's up to them. They wouldn't be able to go forward without them, though.
That's an important point.
We're looking at this generically on this restricted use, this being an elderly facility, but to take in terms of something hypothetical. Another impact might be concern over additional school population. Is there a line between what you can restrict in the law or case law that say, hey, you got to stay within this, between the ditches on this? If you go into that, you're opening up a whole other.
Well, I think if it were elderly housing and assisted living, my thought would be there would be.
I'm not thinking about this specific.
Okay,
this was
society
traffic,
changes
okay?
a lot.
I'm just
I
saying
don't think there'd be a lot of kids.
Welcome to grade 84.
My point is understanding the restricted use application, and what was in the realm of a list of things. I mean, the other advantage for this one specifically is traffic, but you also get the secondary benefits.
Yes.
Too. But what if this was it's not a traffic issue, and it's some other generic application? I'm trying to get to kind of bound the kind of restricted uses. What's in the toolbox of restricted uses?
I think the things that are in the toolbox are the kind of things that are already in the ordinance, like density, particular kinds of use.
Empirical items is what you're saying. You come up with something that you can.
You've got to be able to measure them. They've got to be somewhat objective, because if they get too subjective and you have to go out and do a study before you can figure out whether there's been a violation, that's not very helpful. But I think uses that, if you were worried about school population, uses that would you could restrict it to uses that would not involve school-age children.
Okay.
How is senior housing, is that defined as 55 and up? Is that normally how that's done? And this might be a better question for the applicant.
It might be
Defined in the
probably
zoning ordinance.
Do we define it? 60 and up?
Yep.
Okay.
Oh.
Elderly housing is, and elderly housing.
I was trying to be more politically correct, call it senior housing.
Yeah.
We-
Well, that's how it's phrased in the zoning ordinance.
Okay.
We do have a section in the zoning ordinance about elderly housing that has some specific.
Okay.
You probably know that better than I do.
Get my walk.
There is also a statement about dementia or those types of problems. They start a whole lot earlier than 60 sometimes.
Well, that's true.
Does that become an issue?
Well, it might if
There is a statement in the ordinance about treating people with dementia or those types of illnesses, and they don't always start after the age of 60. Many times people experience it before the age of 60. Would they be admitted to these places?
Well, that's a good point. I'm trying to think. My father-in-law went early in his 50s, did a type of a therapy at NHC, and all of a sudden I wouldn't want to exclude somebody that was doing some sort of overnight therapy. I think it was a hip replacement. But I don't know, maybe you can answer some of this better, because I hate to all of a sudden put a line in the sand and saying only 60 and up, because I think we're throwing the baby out with the bathwater.
Sure. My name is Ross Bradley. I'm the applicant with TDK. I think, and Mark, you can confirm this, but I believe the way that the ordinance is written, I think it says 60, or it's vague in saying that it's not a cut line of 60. It's like a majority of the residents must be 60. Mark, you might be able to reference that and exactly what the ordinance says, but it's not a flat 60. It's a majority of your residents need to.
This talks about primarily by persons who are 60 years of age or older.
Okay.
So I think for our where our intended use is, I don't see a problem with that language that says primarily 60, because you're right, there may be some instances where, tragically, like we see with the women's basketball coach at UT, that's a situation that's very tragic, that she's going to be maybe less than 60 and need that care. And so that's a situation where I think that language would allow us to have her as a resident in our property.
Have you had a chance to absorb some of these deed restrictions and things? Obviously, we haven't heard from the public tonight, but
we haven't seen what those look like yet. But,
right. You think generally, philosophically speaking, that's
our intent for the property is to develop a senior property, and I think with you guys knowing what our intent is, then you guys can put restrictions however you'd like. But our intent is, and the way this, and as Mark had mentioned, this is completely a concept. But our intent, and the way the traffic impact study was written, was that front building, and what we're going to start with is the 70 units up front. That's an assisted living building. That's going to have some assisted living and some memory care residents that may have dementia or Alzheimer's, that type of care. The back is more transitional. It's got some memory care units in some of the larger square buildings. Then it also has some independent living. So you may have a resident that the husband may be, 60 and the wife may be younger than 60. And so, or vice versa. And so that in that case, it would just be a use where you kind of have a senior-oriented development where someone could live in an independent living and take services from our main building. That may range anywhere from taking meals to having the maintenance guy come over and assist with maintenance type work. So there's some different a la carte services that could come along with that type of senior development. So.
Would you touch on the traffic? And maybe start with the traffic based on a traditional multifamily R6, and then the traffic based upon what the zoning is today and what would be eligible under the zoning, and then the traffic that this facility built out would create.
If it's okay, do you mind if I let Alan do that? He's the one that did the traffic study.
Okay.
Yes, I'm Alan Childers from Cannon and Cannon. Excuse me. I am a town of Farragut resident, 227 Wyndham Hill Road, not Wyndham Hall. I'm one of the ones that cuts through from the west. But we did the traffic study at Cannon and Cannon, and very, very familiar with the location. Lived here for a number of years. Basically, we did a traffic impact study, like we normally do with all of the methods that would normally be done in the town of Farragut or Knox County or the state of Tennessee. And I think there's been some discussion already that it would generate less than a full build out of the existing zoning. And let me just quote a few of those numbers. I think that's what you're getting at. And I'm going to talk, first of all, in the weekday numbers, like would be generated in a 24-hour period. And then I'm going to talk about the peak hours, because really the peak hours are more important. That's when the traffic issues occur. Under the current zoning, if it's a full build out of the current zoning, 858 trips. And that's half those trips would go into the site, half of those trips coming out. And and of course, those would be residents. Those would be some type of houses, residential housing. And for instance, in the morning, the majority of those trips would be coming out in the morning. People going to work, basically. So it's 858 with the proposed project, the senior living, 592. So that would be a drop from 858 to 592. And interestingly, in the morning, the majority, and it's a slight majority of those, would actually be coming into the site, which is actually a good thing from the traffic flow. So more of them would be coming in the morning. It's because you don't have as many people that have a car. These are people mostly won't have a car. A few may. They won't be coming out during the rush hour in the morning. Typically, it's the employees going in. Different shifts changing. As far as the peak hours, and the AM peak hour out there is very critical, as everyone knows. There's a lot of traffic on that road in the AM peak hour. Under the current zoning, you would have 74 trips generated, with the proposed senior living 36, and this is based on trip generation rates nationally accepted with multiple studies that have been put together. These are average trip generation rates. So 74 to 36, we're talking about roughly half of what we would have, again, if the current zoning was built out. PM peak hour, afternoon peak, which is like the 5 to 6 o'clock time frame. Under the current zoning, 83 trips would be generated, and with the proposed 52. So it's not quite, it's a little more than half, but still it's significantly less. Now that's assuming full build out of both phases. And the first phase, which was only 70 units, it was significantly less that would be generated. in that case. But when it's fully built out, roughly around 2020, those are the numbers that I quoted there.
The PM's a lot easier going in and making a right turn. To me, those left turn outs in the morning are the ones that, if I lived on Green Chapel, those are the ones that give me a lot of heartburn. Everybody trying to fight for that center lane.
Right, and of course we did a level of service analysis, highway capacity analysis. Conditions get a little worse as far as the amount of delay that's estimated. These are methods that are nationally accepted that we use. It still remains a level of service D, which is considered acceptable in urban areas.
Well, it's a D today, isn't it? It's
a D today, yes.
Right.
Yes. It would just be a slightly worse D. Because really coming out, again, in the morning with this use, there's a lot less traffic coming out, a lower percentage coming out, because just the type of users that are in there.
Those are the 36 employees going in the morning.
Mostly employees. Some of those trips are coming out, but it's
okay.
It's less than half would be coming out. Whereas with residential, it's about 75% that comes out in the morning. So that 74 would be even greater impact, because a lot of them would be coming.
They're all trying to make that left turn.
Exactly, right. And the vast majority would be turning left. You would have a few going right, but not
many.
Right.
But whatever the numbers are, it's added what they are today, which most of these people consider unsatisfactory. What I said, that when we're talking about this traffic study, and there's 500 coming out, 594, whatever it is, that's additive to what it exists today. And most of you people we've heard from so far are saying what you have today is too much.
Still level of service D at all the intersections we evaluated, which would nationally be considered acceptable in an urban area. And I am a resident. I understand the concerns. I have concerns. When they first contacted me, they were talking about apartments, and I was concerned. I mean, I would have done the impact study, but I had some concerns. When they came back with me and said they had this plan for assisted living, frankly, and this is the honest truth, I got excited. I thought, that's a good use, because that property is going to be developed. And if it's developed the way it's zoned today, it's going to be much worse than what this proposal would be.
Can we have Ross? Can you come back up and? I don't think some of us have heard the full plan that you have yet. I know probably some of the audience has, but I don't think the Planning Commission has heard.
This has been a wild ride. I was thinking. I think we spent 4 months or so sitting down looking at the R6 ordinance with the intent of coming in and developing apartments here. And we scheduled a neighborhood meeting back in September, and we sat down. We had a good number of the folks that are probably in here today were in that meeting. I think we had over 70 residents that were in the surrounding neighborhoods that we sent mailers to at that meeting here at the Town of Farragut building. And the biggest comments that we got out of that was traffic, and I think that's, as you can see today, traffic is the major issue. So we started talking about, well, to Ed's point, I think the property owner has the right to develop his property, either under the current zoning or under a potential future zoning, depending on what that might best look like. I don't think that the property owner, it's fair that the property owner can't develop his property because he's the last guy in line, and I don't think that anybody in this room would appreciate being told that they can't develop their property because they just didn't get to it fast enough. So what we did was we posed the question to the neighbors. We said, what would you guys like to see on this property? And we got both verbal and written comments back about two things. The two big things that we saw that when people came back and said what would they like to see, they came back with single family or some type of senior development. We don't do single family. And so we do have experience with multifamily. And so we sat back. One of the first things I did was I went back, and we've got an assisted living that we developed in Murfreesboro where our headquarters is at. It's a 72-unit facility. And I sat down with the executive director of that facility, and I said, kind of talk to me about traffic a little bit. I said, how many residents here in our facility you drive? And he said, we've got 3 residents that drive in our facility. I said, okay. I said, obviously the residents are not going to create a lot of traffic, but I know you've got staff that is going to create traffic. I said, how many employees do you have? And he said, today we've got 51 employees. I said, out of the 51 employees, how do you work that? And he goes, we run that over 3 shifts. And he said, you know, the first shift is like 20, the second shift's about 20, and the third shift's about 10 or 11, depending on, you know, where they're at. So the night shift obviously doesn't require as much. And so you can then begin to kind of see what the impact is. As you start transitioning back, so what we did is we sat down with this plan, and then you kind of, when you start these things, you kind of have to have a main assisted living building that houses your executive director, your marketing folks, all your main key staff, your chef, all that in that main building. And that kind of is kind of your central point of starting. And we're doing this exact same exercise today in other markets. So as you transition back, you can then begin to add on additional structures. You can add on the memory care units. These square units in the very back, those require 5 employees per building, because you've got all the support staff that's coming from the main building to be able to assist them. So you've got 2 employees first shift, 2 employees second shift, 1 employee third shift, with about 12 residents per building, and that meets the state health requirements for number of employees you have. And so we sit down, so the way this is drawn today is it's got 70 units in the assisted living on the front end. It's got 70 units independent on the back, and we did that in a variety of ways. And then the square buildings are the memory care units, and there's 84 of those. There's 7 buildings with 12 units per building, and that makes up the 84. So that was the concept, because we felt like, hey, we're going to come in and we're going to try to look at a big picture on how we could address the senior need. The other thing is we sat down and began to look at the demand for senior housing in Farragut, and there's a strong need for senior housing in Farragut. And so with that information, we sat down and we try to figure out a system for how we could strategically multi-phase this project, where we, as the demand continued to grow and grow and grow, we could address that demand with this project. And quite frankly, I cannot think of a better use that would have less impact on this site than a senior development. Even single family developed on this site is going to create more peak traffic. If you go out there, and the neighbors encouraged me, they said, you know what? You don't live here. You know, you need to see what it's like for us every day. And so I went out there and I saw the traffic. It's 7 in the morning. It's horrendous. It is really bad. And I totally understand why all the folks are sitting here, because it backs up. If you go out there at lunchtime and you drive around, it's a breeze. It's no problem. The thing about it is our residents are not getting up and going to work in the morning. We do have some transition times between shift changes, and I think that's one of the things that we will probably look at to get employees in and out of the structure, what time our shift changes occur. But to me, I can't think of a better use for this property if it's developed to be developed senior housing. So does that answer your question?
Does anybody else up here have any questions for him?
In the independent areas, are they apartments in these areas?
We're not sure yet how we're going to structure that, whether they'll be for purchase or if they'll be for rental. We've seen it done both ways, and that's something we'll be kind of playing around with. Some people, in some situations, NHC here in town has a property that we're familiar with. They don't do it here, but they do it on some of their other campuses, where they'll sell it and they'll do a buyback program. So there's a lot of different ways that you can do the independent living.
Are those are they connected, or are they individual patio homes? Or
the way they're shown there, they're connected. Okay. And as I mentioned, this is totally concept, and if we wanted to restrict it to the density that we've got here, we feel like this is certainly an adequate density. You know, I don't see us getting higher density than this, so if we needed to see some restriction based on density, that would be a restriction you guys would put on us. That wouldn't be anything we would put, but we wouldn't. I don't see us going above what we have proposed on the concept. We tried to be somewhat aggressive with our concept, because we knew that was going to play a factor in the traffic study and what the traffic study would show.
Also, there is a green area to the east of that. It's my understanding that's wetlands. Do you all own that?
We do not. We currently have an option on this property. You'll notice this as you look at this site plan here, all the little squiggly lines there around the green. We haven't studied that, but there's a lot of really sensitive areas, that there's some creeks and very wet areas that lead me to believe that there could be some environmentally sensitive areas over there. We have no desire to mess with that. The current property owner, you know, he may decide he wants to do something else. But I think in talking with Mark, that's going to be a really difficult portion of the site to develop.
Anybody else up here have any questions? Does anybody in the audience have any questions or comments? If anybody that has, please come up to the podium, and we ask that you give your name and your address.
Michael Kane, 524 Wyndham Hall Lane, Wyndham Hall subdivision. One thing they haven't talked about in their traffic is visitors, and sites like this get a lot of visitors. Try to park at NHC in the afternoon or evening. You can't. The parking lot is full of visitors. When my mother was in assisted living, I had the same problem when I went to see her, and I went every day to see her. And people will come and visit people in this neighborhood every day. You want to put a restriction on this property, like the attorney said, do not change the designation on it. Keep it the way it is.
Thank you. Next.
Trip generation rates that we use, that are nationally accepted rates, are developed on open and existing facilities, so that would include all traffic, visitors, everything would be included in that you would typically have at this type of facility.
Okay.
My name is Carol Wyman, and I live at 528 Wyndham Hall Lane. Carol Wyman. I live at 528 Wyndham Hall Lane. And some of the things that have struck me, if you start putting deed restrictions, aren't you opening a Pandora's box for all over town? And when I look at this place and watch to the left of it, there's a church and some rental property. Is that not going to fall to commercial? I know you don't call this commercial of assisted living, but it is. It's a money-making, so as an apartment building. I was impressed with the vision that the founding fathers and mothers had here for Farragut, and I think somehow we're getting away from the vision. And I know at least one of you sitting here was organized this town, and there's a couple on the board of mayor and aldermen. And anyway, I would like for maybe you to go back and read what you wanted the town to be. And already Grigsby Chapel has been called an arterial down to Fretz Road, and that, I'm sure, I don't have any proof of it, must have been done to accommodate the Lanesboro apartments, so that there would be a way to get into Lanesboro off of an arterial. And that shouldn't be, never should have been, but it's ruined. And I can see all of this other part falling if we go ahead and start putting commercial things in. I think that's all I wanted to say.
Okay, thank you.
Just one more thing. Just leave it like it is. When these people bought this, I don't know who owns it, they knew what it was owned. And we're not hurting them. They bought it like that, and they can keep it like that. We bought our house knowing how it was owned, and we thought we knew how that property was owned. But we're finding out that somebody's going to change that.
Thank you. Next.
Good evening, folks. My name is Harshal Upadhyay. I'm 11705 Chapel Glen Road. Can you hear me now? No, so my name is Harshal Upadhyay, Harshal. I'm 11705 Chapel Glen Lane. A couple of points I have. I'm not even considering what the builders are trying to build on that land. That's at this point irrelevant to me. What I'm focusing on is the zoning, is from some residential, either single family or multi-family, or like condo units, to a multi-family. That's what I'm focusing on. And the point I want to make is that with the traffic study that was presented, it says that, oh, if you do this sort of a facility, your traffic is going to actually be less. But guess what? There is no facility on the property right now. And if somebody wants to build a residential facility there, like whatever it's zoned for, R2 or R4, they are welcome to build it. We don't have this discussion because at that point, there is no rezoning required. The other point was, if the town of Farragut is going to open the Pandora's box, as the last speaker spoke, is now everybody is going to come in and say, oh, we want to do R6, but how about I'm going to do something very special there, and let's put those restrictions on it. So the onus of that happening is going to be on the town of Farragut to go see the lawyers, go make sure everything works, and then enforce on that. And the last point I want to make, and the promoters made that, is, oh, you are restricting people from using their land for just because you are last in line. We are not restricting anybody. There is an R2 or R4 already there. And just because the builder or the promoters are not in the business of building single family or condos, that doesn't mean we should bend back and say, oh, okay, you have R6 and let's continue. Those are my points. Thank you.
Thank you. Mark, let me ask a question real quick. Under the present zoning, and the conditions we have for that at this point, how many single-family homes could you get on that piece of property?
Well, the density in R4 is up to 6 units per acre. They have 16.5 acres. It's R4. They couldn't get 6 units per acre, but it'd be something less than that. And then in R2, that's a 15,000 square foot minimum lot size. Generally, you wouldn't get more than 2 units per acre. You have 43,560 in an acre, so 30,000 for 2 lots if they were minimum size. So that's kind of the general density you would have for what it's currently zoned.
Okay.
I'm Gene Tim, 682 Applegate Lane. I'm a retired director of real estate for an international company. We had real estate for a railroad in 2 countries. My concern is on that traffic pattern as for, you're saying assisted living and memory care, dementia care. You have the traffic of the residents. You have the traffic of the visitors. Some come daily. Sometimes they come twice daily, depending on the person. You have the traffic of the employees of a variety of shifts, as well as the emergency vehicles that come if there's a situation. You have ambulance that are coming, or private ambulance coming, that are taking a lot of these people to and from the hospital because there are, if they're in wheelchairs or they're in bedridden, they have to be taken in litters and or wheelchair vehicles. You also have delivery vehicles bringing in pharmaceuticals. You also have delivery vehicles of bringing in either new medical equipment such as beds or wheelchairs for these people. So I understand he has his studies, but if you were to look at an actual nursing home, memory care situation, you would see how much more traffic is in there than what these studies state. Just sit there and go to a nursing home and see how much traffic is. I spent the last 10 years dealing with 3 elderly people going from 3 different sites, so I know what it takes. My other concern is, from the first segment of your assisted living, how are you accessing the back half? Are you going through the wetlands? There's a roadway crossing the wetlands underneath the power lines. That's not quite depicted in that picture. So that's another concern I have. You have to cross the wetlands to get to the back end of that area, as well as the access for emergency vehicles should any of those entrances be blocked.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello. I'm Jeannie Drawn. I live at 650 Chapel Point Lane. I noticed that there weren't many people here that are willing to speak for Chapel Point, so I thought I'd get up here and offer a couple of points. There are only 3 residents in Chapel Point who are in favor of this development, whether it be an assisted living or an apartment. 3 people. 2 of those are co-owners of the property, and one of them is a realtor who would benefit from the sale of the property. The other point I want to make is that whatever complex goes in there is going to destroy the vegetation. It's going to be paved. that property is on a higher elevation than Chapel Point. And where's the runoff going to go? It's going to go into the backyards of the people who are on the west side of Chapel Point. And the third thing I want to ask is a question I want to ask. Who's going to manage the assisted living facility if it does go in there? Thank you.
Good evening, members of the board, Planning Commission. My name is Mul, M-U-L, Wyman, W-Y-M-A-N. And just like the First Lady who spoke to you tonight, I also reside at 528 Wyndham Hall Lane. And I will always defer to her to speak first. First, I want to talk to you about what the town attorney referred to as contract zoning. I believe that's what he said. In Tennessee, and I haven't done a very extensive search, I have talked to the legal counsel for the Tennessee chapter of the American Planning Association, and he's also executive director of the Greater Nashville Regional Council, and he also serves as legal counsel for the GNRC. My question to him was and is, what is contract zoning? And his answer to me was real simple. It all depends. Now, I can tell you that I do have a bias. I worked in North Carolina for 20 years. And North Carolina, the state of North Carolina and other states, specifically the state laws specifically say that contract zoning is an agreement between a property owner and a zoning authority, which would be your case and the Board of Mayor and Aldermen, which binds the property owner to special restrictions on the use of the property, and in turn binds the local authority to grant the rezoning. Okay, so what they're saying here, it's a bilateral agreement between the zoning authority and the property owner. Okay, that comes from Wisconsin. In North Carolina, illegal contract zoning is defined in the classic illegal contract zoning situation. The local government and the landowner, and this is verbatim, enter into a written agreement, sometimes recorded as a deed restriction, that if the government rezones the property to a specified new zoning district, i.e. R2 and R4 to R6, the owner will carry out a particular use and accept specified limits or conditions on that use. Okay? Now, as I say, the town attorney has said there is Tennessee case law that governs this, and I have not done any research on that, and I'm sure the town attorney is correct. I'm not refuting the town attorney at all, but I am telling you that what I'm hearing, and I certainly haven't heard it in detail at all, but on first blush, what this sounds like to me is a quid pro quo, something for something. And I don't think that's what you want to do. Now, you've heard the traffic engineer, you've heard Ross Bradley and others, and they've talked to you about traffic impact. Ladies and gentlemen, there is one number that you must constantly keep in mind. Grigsby Chapel Road from Campbell Station to Fretz Road, as of February 2014, this year, there were 16,449 vehicles on that section of Grigsby Chapel Road. That's 8,250 on one lane, 8,249 on another. This is over a 24-hour period. On a per lane basis, that's more per lane than Campbell Station or Kingston Pike. We don't need any more. We don't need any more. If there was no traffic at all from the senior housing, we still have 16,499 vehicles a day on Grigsby Chapel. We don't need it. And I'll tell you one of the reasons for that. First of all, as my wife pointed out, Grigsby Chapel, and Mrs. Dick might remember this, was reclassified from a major collector to a minor arterial. When that happened, now I have looked at that. I've gotten all of the resolutions, and there's 10 of them on the major roads plan, and there's not a single one that addresses that. So how it got there, I don't know. But what I'm saying is, Grigsby Chapel Road, from Campbell Station to Smith Road, and then Smith Road from where it intersects with Grigsby Chapel to Kingston Pike, serves two purposes. There's two functions. It functions to collect the local traffic from the subdivisions, but it also functions for through traffic, and there's a real conflict there. And by default, the town has allowed that. Grigsby Chapel and Smith Road should serve only as a collector, not as an arterial. There are two real conflicting functions. We don't need through traffic on Grigsby Chapel. Now we were told that when Watt Road was extended to Old Fort, I guess it is, Old Stage, a senior moment, no pun intended, that the traffic that is coming on Old Stage to Kingston Pike to Grigsby Chapel should substantially be eliminated. Okay? Now they have the state, and by the way, Tennessee DOT does the traffic count on Grigsby Chapel Road. They didn't do a count in 2013 because they wanted to wait until the build out of Turkey Creek retail. So from 2012 to 2014, you had an increase of about 1,600 vehicles a day. Okay, so the traffic situation is horrendous. Now you can say, is Grigsby Chapel at capacity? At 2 a.m., I'm sure it is. I mean, it's not. But at 7:15 a.m. to 8:15 a.m., yes, it is at capacity. And on that's going eastbound. And at p.m. in the afternoon, it's about from 5 to 6. There's a little more than there is in the a.m., believe it or not. And I have the statistics on that, and I'll be happy to share it with you. So, traffic impact, ladies and gentlemen, if you had full build out of current zoning, you would have I believe it's 858 trips a day. Full build out with the senior housing would be, what did you say?
592.
Anyhow, it's a difference of 266 trips a day between the senior housing and full build out. But like I say, we already have 16,499 trips a day on Grigsby Chapel between Campbell Station and Fretz Road. Now, let's talk about land use. Isn't that what we're doing? Isn't that what the Planning Commission does besides traffic? You do land use. Okay. There's 4 things that could happen if this now remember, we're talking about putting an R6 zone on that 24 acres, notwithstanding the fact that it might be deed restricted. There's still an R6 zone on 24 acres of that property. So that if that R6, first of all, the R6 zoning is an intrusion. You're squeezing that between Chapel Point, the Unitarian Church. Yes, you do have a bus barn and you have a substation. And then the residence is to the north. Okay? But immediately across from that, you have Lanesboro Apartments. So you don't have to be an engineer to figure out. And by the way, the property to the east, which is the floodplain and wetlands, guess what that is zoned? It's zoned commercial. It's not C2, it's C1. It's got little dots on it, which means it's got a floodplain overlay. So it's going to be difficult to build on that property, but not impossible. So you right now you have commercial C1. This property is zoned R6. The property immediately to the west of it, it's the domino effect. It's an intrusion. It's incompatible. It's out of character. And last and foremost, it's an invasion. Now, what do I mean by that? Okay, in ecology and sociology, you have a concept that's called invasion succession. Think about it in ecology. In the Everglades in Florida right now, they're inundated with pythons. People threw them in there to get rid of them. Florida State Wildlife goes out every night and tries to trap as many as they can, but they're overtaking the Everglades. What they're doing is eating all the small fowl, the rabbits and whatever, okay? That's invading succession in ecology. In sociology, it's a complete neighborhood change where you have one land use that comes in, like R6, and it becomes the dominant land use, and it causes complete neighborhood. Now, I'm not saying it happens overnight, but it causes complete neighborhood change. And believe me, based on my experience, this will happen if you put that R6 on there. Okay?
Thank you. Let's get Tom.
Okay.
Tom has some comments there.
I wanted to talk to you about cost benefits and I don't have time for that, but when you have the public hearing on the rezoning, believe me, we'll be back. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Tom?
I feel a need to, I don't remember using the word contract zoning, and it's for Mr. Wyman's, I don't know, is it working now? For Mr. Wyman's edification, contract zoning is illegal in Tennessee as well. But what we're talking about, there are a number of cases where there's a distinction made between conditional zoning and contract zoning. I'm not suggesting that we negotiate anything with anybody when it comes to zoning. The point is, conditional zoning has been upheld as the bodies of municipalities imposing requirements that they believe protect the health and welfare of the residents. So that's what we're talking about, is imposing requirements that do what people are complaining about. What I'm hearing people complaining about is there's more traffic than is necessary. The point I was trying to make, and I don't really have a dog in this fight other than I represent the town. The town cannot tell people they can't use their property for what they are zoned. So the point is that if the property's zoned 4 and 2, if we believe traffic impact studies, which we rely on all the time, then the traffic is going to be more with the current zoning when it develops out than the nursing facility or the senior housing. The point is we have to be objective and we have to look at the facts, and we can't put our heads in the sand. If you ask me, do I have an opinion about whether we can just tell the owner of the property they can't do anything with their property, I've got to tell you that if it's zoned R2 and it's zoned R4, then they're entitled to develop it in accordance with R2 and R4. And if that's and the point that I think everybody seems to be missing is that the experts who do the traffic say that that's going to result in more traffic than this facility. Whether you believe, get another one that says something different. Why don't you?
Tom?
The point is we're dealing with the facts we have in front of us, and to ignore the facts and to become traffic impact studies ourselves and not use the experts that we have presented to us is a mistake. And I don't care whether you do the conditional zoning or not. It doesn't matter to me, but I don't particularly like my words being misrepresented and what I've told you being told in a way that I didn't say it. That's my point.
Tom?
Thank you, Tom.
I want to come back just a moment because when I mentioned that whatever we did was going to increase the traffic, and this proposal was less than the current proposal, and what that really comes to is what we really need to look at is the transportation infrastructure before we get on doing anything else.
So are you suggesting we just put a moratorium on the development of that property until we change Grigsby Chapel?
Well, no, you can't do that. But I mean,
I know.
To relieve the complaints, what you have to do is improve Grigsby Chapel or amend the transportation system. And that becomes a problem. We've been talking about town centers and all that sort of thing. And in order to make any of those sort of things work in this town, we've got to address the infrastructure, the transportation infrastructure first.
Thank you, Tom.
My name is Nancy Legal, a resident of 600 Farragut Commons Drive. Therefore, I'm way down at the very end where all of the sacred land is. I feel the town of Farragut has really disappointed us. They've neglected us with this traffic problem on Grigsby Chapel Road. But because I live right next door to this protected area, they have neglected this area completely. Not only does it flood badly when we have the hard rains, but during the summertime, when they're spraying out here at Choto and all these other places, this area does not get sprayed for mosquito protection at all.
That's a county issue. That's a Knox County. The town of Farragut doesn't do that. Is that right?
Is that right?
We don't have any mosquitoes.
Even though it's on the town of Farragut land that you want to develop, or let this developer put a road through there?
The spraying is a Knox County issue. So if you would call Knox County.
Okay. But it has been very neglectful between the traffic issue that we take our life at of every day that we try to make a left turn onto Grigsby Chapel. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm Mark Vaughn. I'm a 11707 Jeffrey Lane. I'm a Hollyoaks resident. Longtime Farragut resident. I was a resident before there was Farragut. So been here so long. I went to high school with Bud McKelvey at Farragut. So, but I'd really just like to ask. I mean, I came here with everybody else. I mean, traffic's important, but it's not the only issue. I'm really impacted as I come and go as well. But I think the density that you described is more of a realistic density if it was developed as it's zoned now, with single family, with homes versus condos, and a mixture of those two things. The developer, you know, I'm all for his right to develop it, but why he would buy a piece of property, you know, if he doesn't do single family homes, why he would buy a piece of property zoned for single family? I mean, that's the risk he has to take. But, you know, the traffic, you know, and again, I apologize for speaking out of turn a second ago, but it was one study that was paid for by the developer, and I'd like to see more of a traffic study based on what a realistic build out of that as it's currently zoned would be like, and how that would look. The other thing I saw Mr. Myers, I mean, it was very inflexible as far as a 200 square foot piece of property in a previous issue related to the possible potential environmental impact in the downstream water supply. This is you know, it floods terribly behind my mother. I represent the folks at Hollyoaks that signed the petition. My mother also is a resident of Farragut Commons, and right behind her condo, it floods significantly back there in that wetland just upstream from you, sir. Now, anytime we get any significant rain at all, I can't imagine what the impact of this development would be upstream of that. So I'd really beg the council to invest in whatever it takes to better understand what the environmental impact and the water runoff impact would be of that. I haven't heard anything talked about that. So.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
My name is Bill Enser. I'm from Berkeley Park Subdivision, 806 Prince George Parish Drive. And I'm not like Mal. He's had a career in this area, and I've spent about 1 month on it and don't understand most of it, I'll have to admit. But a couple of things that I did want to say. One is, and again, I don't know if this is an official level of service definition for roadways and intersections. I think our traffic consultant said that the roadways were level D, which is defined as movements more restricted, travel speeds begin to decline. But then at intersections, what it says, D has historically been regarded as a desirable design objective in urban areas. And that really leads, I guess, to my major point, which was mentioned by our first speaker, is it just seems to me that if I look at even beyond Grisby Chapel, which is, of course, a major concern, but look at the whole Campbell Station area, I have to say I really don't understand and didn't follow all of the approval processes in the property and all the traffic that's being created on the earlier parcels that we talked about above Holiday Inn. But Campbell Station Road, as a result of that, Turkey Creek, and now this is just really turning into a disaster traffic-wise. And I really don't understand from a development standpoint, which seems to me we're significantly changing the character of Farragut by allowing this to happen.
Thank you.
Pauline Hamilton, 408 Farragut Common Drive. I have a question about whether this area is an urban area rather than a suburban area. I would have thought it was suburban, and we keep getting that this is not an unusual traffic amount for an urban area. So I'm addressing that to someone who would know. I also wanted to address the fact that that Mull was talking about changing the character. When we talk about having putting in the apartments just less than a mile away there at Campbell and I-40, Lanesboro, then whatever, if you change this zoning to R6, where it would be, as somebody else mentioned, certainly a commercial type development. In Farragut Commons, we have quite a few people there who a good number of our units are already rented out. So we're already getting a lot of rentals in that area, changing the complexity of that. And I too would hate to see, and if other commercial, once that area was changed if it were to be changed to R6, where they could come in and buy the church and those few homes and some of that other area, and then put another, at that point, maybe put more apartments in that area right there next to, even if you said restricted it to senior housing. I'm concerned about how this is shifting now and putting a very different character into Farragut Commons right there in a concentrated area, when it could be, if you need more apartments, if you need other kinds of development, to spread it out around among the city, please.
My name is Max Terrell, and I live at 626 St. John Court in Prestwick Place subdivision. Just a couple of things I'd like for you to consider, that because there's been a lot of speakers here. If this stays residential and it's going R2 and R4, those houses aren't going to be built all at once. They're going to build over a period of time, and they're going to be built as they sell. And that's going to give Grigsby Chapel time to mature and to take on more traffic with what they're doing. If you put this in here, you're going to have a spike of traffic all at once as soon as that goes in, with all the commercial vehicles and everything else that happens. So, yeah, there may be more traffic, but I think it's going to really have a lot more time to give Grigsby Chapel time to mature enough to handle an additional traffic load if you keep it R2 and R4.
Mo Wyman again, 528 Wyndham Hall Lane. One thing I forgot to mention, and I'm not going to take much time. The original proposal for apartments was R6 OSMFR. Okay. OSMFR is open space multifamily residential. Restricts it to you've got to have a minimum of 50% open space. Where's the open space on this straight R6? Ladies and gentlemen, it's the land use and the zoning. We can sit here and talk about traffic all day, but it's the land use and zoning, the R6 zoning, and the land use impact that will have over a period of time. Thank you very much.
My name is Ann Ballard, 11627 Autumn Glade Lane. I live in Chapel Glen. This would be for Mr. Bradley. Is there a height level? Is this all one level or two level or three, or I can't tell.
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
The first building there that you see, the 70-unit building, everything along Grigsby Chapel is all one level. As you fall back towards the creek, that site begins to fall back, of course, and so we've added a basement side to that. So it's two-story as you get back to the creek. The buildings as you get on farther back, I think the most they went with those were two-story. That one that backs up to the interstate, I think that's two-story, but I think everything else for the most part is one-story, if I can recall.
I have another question for you. Is there, I just can't see well enough, is there like an emergency exit on there or something?
There's
or construction or something?
There's two access points up front.
Uh-huh.
And then we also have, which is not shown on here, we also have an emergency access on the back that we currently have an easement for.
You currently have an easement to go back there?
Yes.
Okay.
It would tie into Fred's.
It would come around and go to Fred.
Keep in mind, though, this is a phased development. We're only looking at starting off with the front 5 to 7 acres for the 70 units. We're not talking about doing everything at once. We're only going to develop the first phase, but because we're rezoning the whole property, we wanted, in meeting with Mark, we wanted to kind of look at what the overall use would be if it was developed out, and so that's why we put this overall concept.
I know, and it's real difficult because, you don't have everything there yet. But I know, like, you have not as much traffic for probably the one part and the other part, but the other part would be individual housing. So, again, that could increase. It could vary. I just know I was told where we are in Chapel Glen is R3, and that at one time it was considered for like an addition to Lanesboro Apartments, but it was thought at that time that would be too much for traffic. So that's why it went to R3, and that's why Chapel Glen went there. My concern, I guess the word that hasn't been used here is the CLUP, the comprehensive land use plan, because I came to a meeting once and I had no idea what that was, and so I've looked at it now. And what scares me, I think it's what they're saying, but nobody said that, there's a certain color that they want to change it to from, right now it's R2 and R4. But that section includes the church and includes all those homes in there. Could also then be switched. It shows it as being a different color, like R6, for the area we're talking about as well as that. So when people are saying they're worried about changing the character, Mr. Myers, you talked about earlier about setting a precedent. When you do something, then someone will say, I can do it. If we already have Lanesboro, and again, you're saying you're going to do the senior housing, but it's still R6, then that could also, we could say that could be a reason. We never really adopted the CLUP, or I guess that wasn't you, that was BOMA, hasn't adopted them officially, hasn't adopted the plan officially, but they used it as a guide. I'm concerned that then that would make it would set a precedent to allow that invasion to occur of the other area. So that's, when I bought my home, I wasn't thinking that was going to be, that they were going to change the zoning right across the street from my neighborhood. So I know this other area has never been built on, but those have homes, and they could, if that happened, then that could convince people to go in there and say, we want to do apartments here. We can, because that's R6, even if it is senior housing, we'll make that R6 because it's within the CLUP, and we'll give them, a certain amount of money to get out of here so that we can then build apartments. And that's what really concerns me. And again, putting a heavier and heavier load on Grigsby Chapel. So that's part of the word I guess I wanted to add to it, was the CLUP, because I don't know exactly how that's going. So I just wanted to add that. Thank you, but I do appreciate you're thinking of us seniors.
Hello, Maria Housley. I live at 526 Farragut Commons Drive. I really don't know what I'm talking about here. This is a question I have. I know that at our house, depending on the weather conditions, the noise from the highway can be extremely loud. I'm wondering about, I guess, the dementia patients that are going to be set up right next to the road, because I don't know anyone else that would be able to stand that noise. But right now, as it is, with the green that we have, with all the trees, with all the wetlands, with everything, it's creating a buffer between the highway and the rest of us. Right now, the noise levels are, I guess, muted a little bit by that area. Seeing the map as it is right now, it's wide open spaces, lots and lots of asphalt that tends to kind of echo all the noise, and I would imagine that you can't have too much green space simply because you've got to have emergency vehicles going through the entire facility, delivery trucks going through the entire facility. So I would imagine that there wouldn't be a lot of green, especially trees. With single-family homes, I imagine, as I'm seeing, even in the areas you can see Farragut Commons, there's obviously a road, but there's a lot of trees. There's a lot of buffering there. With this, I can't even imagine the noise levels that are going to be coming down through the highway. I don't know if there can be a study done of that, or if anyone has even taken that into consideration. But that's another sort of pollution, another inconvenience too.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Do we have any more questions?
I'm Arthur Seymour Jr., 550 West Main Avenue, Knoxville, Tennessee. I'm the attorney for the applicant here, and I just wanted to thank you all for hearing us. This property, and I guess this is a good discussion here tonight, and I'm sure it will continue on after tonight. The property is going to be developed. The owner is here tonight. It is for sale. Mr. Bradley's company does not own the property. They have a contract to purchase the property, subject to obtaining certain approvals. If we can obtain approval to develop this as an assisted living senior housing, we will go forward, obviously, and we will be back in a month asking for y'all's recommendation on that. I might just say, when assisted living started developing in Knox County, probably 20 or 25 years ago, it was a very new concept. People didn't know what it was. I remember one of the first ones I was involved in was on North Shore Drive, and there were many of the questions that I've heard today asked about that. Last year, we went forward with a proposal to expand that facility, and we contacted the neighbors in the subdivisions around that facility, and they were very, very supportive. They found it to be an excellent neighbor. Frankly, it's quieter at night than some subdivisions. There was not the traffic. As a matter of fact, the parking ordinance in the Knox County zone probably required too many parking spaces for that facility, because the times I've been out there, the parking lot is half filled at best. So I think this is a good use. The demographics are right. There are more and more of us hitting that magic age of 60. I long passed that about a decade ago. But this is a use that is residential. The proposal, which is a very rough concept plan, would be medium density, would comply with the medium density residential requirement of this plan. So we thank you for your consideration and look forward to discussing it further with you next month.
Thank you. This was for discussion only tonight. And
yes, it was.
I do have one more question of Ross.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, you are proposing 2 entrances, whatever, on Grigsby Chapel.
Our concept currently shows one directly across from Wyndham Hall, another one just to the west of that one. Yes, it kind of creates a roundabout type entrance.
Is that wide enough frontage to have 2 entrances?
We'd have to sit down with the engineering department and determine that. As I mentioned, we're still in the concept phase, and so please keep that in mind. But we're certainly open to talking to engineering and making any adjustments. We'll certainly meet all the requirements they have, not only with entrances, but green space and everything else.
Thank you.
Can you show us on the map where the entrances are?
You know where Wyndham Hall's at? It's directly. Well, I don't know that they would appreciate me climbing across them to show you. Well, I'm sure you would, but.
I think I can see him.
Yeah.
I think it looks like his main entrance appears to be right here across from Wyndham Hall.
Yep.
And then maybe a secondary entrance here. Well, there is an island. My thought would be that would be something more like a
that would be a that'd be that's correct.
That's what it was, right in, right out.
That's correct.
Any more questions from the Planning Commission?
I'd like to make one comment about Alan Childers, the traffic engineer, and he's probably blushing right now, but I've been familiar with Alan's work for about 20 years, and he comes from a very respectable firm of Cannon & Cannon, and I hold Alan in very high regard. Matter of fact, he is hired by many municipalities, and probably even including the town of Farragut, over the years to put together these traffic impact studies. So we've somewhat judged Alan based upon the merits of what the validity of his study or not. I hold a lot of weight on his study. We're talking about there's a lot of other issues here, but nevertheless, I've known Alan. Well, I've known his company for a long time and seen his studies, and I don't think anybody that I've known like Alan would ever jeopardize their reputation for personal gain from a developer. I'm just letting you know that I've been familiar with him for 20 years.
If you need to come, could you please come to the podium? And you need to tell us who you are and where you live.
My name is Wanda Ward, and I live at 627 Applegate Lane in Ramsgate. right close to this area we're talking about. And I just heard Alan speak of Monday through Friday. I didn't hear any numbers for Saturday and Sunday. And Saturday and Sunday, where we live, we stay home because everybody is coming from everywhere up and down Grigsby Chapel. And so we just kind of stay home on the weekends and let the working people, I guess, travel up and down Grigsby. But I was just wondering if there was a number for the weekend.
Well, that was not put in the study. Typically, traffic impact studies are done during the peak hours during the week because that's usually the peak, most critical times. The only times you would normally do a weekend study is when the development generates more traffic during the weekend. In this case, I did look at the trip generation rates. It does generate less because all the service traffic is less on the weekends. You have less employees there on the weekends. You have some, obviously. So there is traffic on the weekends, but it's less than you would have during the week. So we felt like, as typically the more critical hours were the AM and PM weekday peak hours.
Thank you. Is that?
They're leaving or getting up the top.
Yeah.
Like he's going,
Hi, my name is Dottie O'Dare. I live at 416 Wyndham Hall Lane. I'd like to ask Cannon and Cannon representative if he lived in Wyndham Hall instead of Wyndham Hill, if he would be so enthusiastic about his findings. We will be directly across the street from an entrance. I understand Fretz Road is going to have an emergency entrance. The school bus lot is behind the church on Fretz Road. The apartments are there. Fretz Road is going to need a light, or something's going to have to happen because those cars, when it is a quiet day, come around that curve around Wyndham Hall at a fast rate of speed, and it is hard to get out of Wyndham Hall safely at times to make a right turn, much less a left turn.
Thank you. Alan, do you have comment on that?
Okay. Thank you.
I'll just yes, okay. I'll just answer your question this way. I would be more excited about this because this is going to generate less traffic, especially during the peak hours, than if it was developed with the existing zoning. That's all I can say about that.
Thank you. Any more questions or comments?
Pauline Hamilton again. I just have a question. I think the reason we keep questioning you is not your professional skills or your integrity. For me, when you say it's going to generate more than with the existing, I'm thinking yes, or less rather. The senior housing would generate less than the apartments would. But from the numbers that I understood Mark to say, and I was wanting to get those again, I jotted them down, but I wanted to be sure I was clear on that. If we're talking about 80 condos or houses in that area, then that certainly would be a lot less than the senior housing. Oops, I have a balance problem. I haven't been drinking.
Well, there's a slope floor there, too. I guess the $64,000 question is how many trips per day does a normal single-family household produce?
It's right around 10 trips a day.
Is that now? Is that when I go to the grocery store? Is that
nationally accepted rate?
Now, when I go to the grocery store, is that considered 2 trips or is that 1 trip?
2 trips.
Because I'm leaving and coming back.
It's 2 trips.
Okay.
Plus every delivery van, repair vehicle that comes in to service, that's all part of that. I know that seems high. That is nationally accepted all over the country. I mean, that would be unquestioned by anyone. So it's right around 10 trips per household.
So they don't care how big the house is or how many bedrooms. They're just saying, hey, per house, whatever size house it is, it generates 5 round trips or 10 total one-way trips.
Right.
Okay.
And apartments is a little bit less per unit, but obviously apartments would be a lot more units. So.
Right.
Harshal Upadhyay, 11705 Chapel Glen Lane. A quick question. I believe the traffic impact study for on the north side of Campbell Station Road, so right besides where the new hotels are now, was done by Cannon and Cannon. Is that right? Here is why I have less faith in studies rather than practical stuff. Is if you try to come on that's Snide Outlet Drive and coming all the way towards Campbell Station at, let's say, 5:15 on a weekday, 5:15 in the evening, you are backed up to beyond Buddy Gregg's, the RV dealership. And that might not be a problem for most of the folks, but if you try to come that way, you are toast, basically. And there is other reasons for that happening, but there is no apartment complex there yet. Add that to the equation, and then the study, it's good study. I'm not questioning any of the people involved in the study or the nationally accepted numbers, things like that, but it's as a practical matter that I am in the traffic doesn't help me that study was done great. That's my point. Thank you.
Thank you. We're going to take a 10-minute recess here, and then we'll move on to the next item, item number 10.
This is like one of the old meetings.
Yeah, I know. I was thinking about that. I told Jim, I said, don't wait up. Yeah. Well, I was either going to have to get up or have a wet chair.
Well, at least I didn't have to. Bumper to bumper.
Exactly. That's what I said. I said, Ralph's probably stay home, but I missed it. We want to continue on now with item number 10.
Is your mic working, Rita?
I don't know.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Have a good evening.
Are you ready to get started, Rita?
I'm ready to get started. That's better. Discussion and public hearing on an amendment to recommend to the Board of Mayor and Aldermen to adopt by ordinance the area and text identified as a mixed-use town center as shown on the future land use map of the comprehensive land use plan.
I'll move for approval.
Okay. Well,
I like to get moving,
that's
Mark.
fine with me. That
I might be a
good.
yeah. It may be Thanksgiving. I mean, let's get moving.
Yep. Okay. I'm good with that. If everybody else is, this is not talking about the text amendment yet. We're talking about the
area,
town center map and text. In the comprehensive land.
So we're on item number 11.
The new number 10 is
What's the old number?
the old number 12.
the
Okay.
old number 12.
All right, the old number 12.
Okay, that's.
It's a part of a test, Noah. You might make it.
I failed already.
Oh, number 12.
I generated that because I asked Mark, I said, do we need to approve the area and the text identify the map there before we do these other two items? And so we decided we would change those.
Yeah,
So-
they're all interrelated, so it really probably doesn't matter one way or the other. We thought it was a little cleaner to deal with that one first, so I need to get the right thing up on the screen, though. There we go. That's what this resolution is recommending, is that the Board of Mayor and Aldermen adopt the mixed-use town center portion of the comprehensive land use plan by ordinance.
Okay.
And for the reasons of implementing or moving us toward implementing strategy 1 in the comprehensive land use plan, which is bringing about a downtown. That was identified, as you all know, as the most important strategy that the public conveyed during the update of our comprehensive plan, and that's why this area is being, addressed specifically by ordinance to help implement that very important strategy.
And we have already done that. We're just recommending this to the Board of Mayor and Aldermen.
And my question
Right.
is, they're just going to adopt just that strategy 1.
Well, what they would be adopting is the what you see there, the map, which would be part of the ordinance as an exhibit, and then the text related to the mixed-use town center as it's also provided for in the ordinance, because that describes what the mixed-use town center is. You know, the kind of what the vision is for that area that's in purple. So that's what the board would be requested to adopt by ordinance.
I think this is an excellent way for us to remove any ambiguity to the validity of what we've been talking about with the land use plan. That, hey, it's official. This is it, specifically dealing with the MUTC. So,
and Mark has contacted landowners who would be affected by this. And we didn't want anybody to, be taken by surprise or anything, and he has contacted all these people that would be involved.
Yeah, we contacted by mail all the property owners in the purple area right when we first started this process, and a number of them have been involved in various public meetings where this is the whole concept has been discussed. So, we have notified everyone about what we're trying to do.
All right. I just
Second.
I'm sorry.
Oh.
Real quick question. Just one quick question, then I'll let it go. All this means is when they adopt this, that if there's any amendments we want to make, it makes it more difficult to make any amendments. Is that correct?
Yes.
And that's what we avoided by having them adopt the whole thing.
That was one of the reasons why we chose at that time not to adopt the whole map, because any time you deviated from what's shown on that map, it's a you have to basically amend it similar to rezoning.
Make an observation. I truly think that this transparency in the municipal code will eliminate the issues that we had earlier at the corner of Kingston Pike and Campbell Station. And so even though it does make an amendment lengthier, maybe a little more arduous, I think it's a real fair way of putting out there, these are our expectations, and it's formally adopted by the Board of Mayor and Aldermen.
Okay. That's all I got.
Okay, we have a
Second.
second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Oppose? We'll move on to the old item number 10, which is now item number 11. Discussion and public hearing on the amendment to the text of the Farragut zoning ordinance, Chapter 3, Section 12, General Commercial District, C-1, as it relates to the mixed-use town center outlined in the Comprehensive Land Use Plan.
Well, as you all know, this has been discussed at previous 3 meetings, planning commission meetings, and a separate workshop on this. And at the last meeting, we talked again about the drive-through, whether or not that should be provided for in the mixed-use town center portion of the C1. And the feeling at that time was that the staff would agree, that a drive-through would not be consistent with, a typical mixed-use town center type of development. And we also discussed, there was some direction given to staff about trying to build some language into this ordinance that would address compatibility with site lighting, and maybe encourage more decorative type of site lighting that would be consistent visually with kind of a downtown feel. And then also we talked a little bit about whether signage and landscaping would need to be modified as well. We didn't feel that in general those needed to be modified at this time. They were pretty adequately addressed by the current ordinances. As you all know, we're in the process of going through architectural design standards, guidelines, so that whatever happens as a result of that process could create some modifications to this ordinance and other ordinances throughout the town. So, perhaps the signage and landscaping will be, modified at that time to some degree. I can go through the changes that we have added since the last Planning Commission meeting. I know we do have one person that is patiently waited through the previous item, and we appreciate that. Sorry about that, but and he's here because of he's looking at doing something with the old gas station property, at the northeast corner of Kingston Pike and Campbell Station Road, and I'm sure he'll speak to a couple of things I've already mentioned here in a minute. But just kind of going through real quickly the changes since the last time, and those are in blue in your packet. I'm just pointing these out just to make sure that everybody's on the same page with what the thought was. And one of the things, as you all know, what we're doing in the C1 is kind of a hybrid between C1 and the town center district. So something that we tried to look at were the uses that we've listed throughout this process, and really carefully think about those and make sure that there's enough, that everybody's okay with the uses that we're proposing. They've been well thought out, so one of the things, for example, we took out the indoors only requirement for theaters, just in case you had like an outdoor, an amphitheater or some kind of, more or less pedestrian focused outdoor space, which we would actually, I would think, want to encourage in the mixed use town center. That's one thing. We did add in there provisions for, again, this is all proposed, but it is in the ordinance, a small hotel, should someone want to, construct a hotel that was no greater than 25,000 square feet. That would be small by hotel standards. But, again, if you had larger government uses and other institutional uses, there could be a market for people coming to your downtown area to stay for conferences or whatever, so this may just give them an option in that regard. And then just to carefully think about churches, schools, daycare facilities, just make sure that everybody's okay with restricting those to not allow them as freestanding buildings in the mixed-use town center. I don't know if you all have any comments or concerns about what we're proposing different from last time, or the questions that we raised. We did not change churches, daycare facilities, or schools. Those are still restricted to being required within an existing building. They would not be allowed as a freestanding building in the mixed-use town center, because that area is relatively small, really. And, to consume a large portion of the purple, the area that was shown on that purple, with a freestanding building with lots of parking would be, in my opinion, pretty inconsistent with the mixed-use town center. So, and maybe while we're talking about uses, if Parker would like to bring up the discussion about drive-throughs, because believe me, we've had a lot of discussion about drive-throughs, and I know, as I told Parker, we want everyone that has an interest, property owners, developers, anybody that is doing anything in this area, we want their input, and we want to, their buy-in, because I believe in what we're trying to do. I think it will enhance the property values in this area, but if there are concerns with what we're proposing, we certainly want to hear those. So with that, I'll turn it over to Parker Bartholomew.
Parker Bartholomew, with Hatcher Hill Properties, 311 South Wisegarber, Knoxville, Tennessee, 37919. Mark, I guess first a question, but now the property that we're looking at has been rezoned. Is that correct? Or will once the mayor and aldermen pass it?
Well, yeah. I mean,
so this might be the quickest concept plan ever. Yeah.
It's that was previous item was a recommendation through a resolution to adopt that area by ordinance.
So this is the site there where the Texaco or the Phillips 66 gas station was, Kingston Pike and Campbell Station. And so we originally looked at this under the old plan. So the building was pushed back, sitting at the rear of the property with all the parking up front. And so we are hoping to submit concept plan and go for approval very quickly. This is under contract. We've got an LOI on the medical space, and we hope to have an LOI either on a coffee shop or another small restaurant user. So we're going to get to test this new overlay very quickly. And so one of the challenges in the new overlay that came up was that just drive-throughs were prohibited altogether. And so when we did this, wanted to just kind of see what, if there was to be a drive-through, I think this meets almost all of the recommendations. I think that there's some about illuminated signboards and signage boards being larger than 1 square foot, which in essence would limit a drive-through to either a pharmacy or a bank, not a restaurant. They're going to need an illuminated signboard. And so this was putting the drive-through behind the building, hiding it from the street view as much as we could without, building a wall. One of the other challenges that's specific, I think, to this property, and maybe the one catty corner is, with it being a corner lot, there's some challenges in the town center development that you're going to run into on any corner development. So again, we're kind of excited to be the first to go through this, and maybe that's because we're ignorant. But one thing I definitely learned tonight is don't do anything off Grigsby Chapel. So we're going to leave that alone. So we're gonna stick to commercial areas and hopefully not need traffic studies. But other than that, this is kind of what we thought. It's a very early concept. I'll say this. I think the drive-through, the user that would utilize the drive-through is at best 50-50 right now. So, I mean, they would be our first choice there. I think it would be a highest and best. And unfortunately, I can't tell you the name, but you can probably assume with the word coffee shop and a drive-through on that corner who would be interested. It's not like it's a secret or anything. So really looking for feedback. If this is just a flat-out no, we don't want it in this overlay, that's what we have to deal with, and we will deal with that and move forward. And either it will, I doubt that it will kill the deal, because the medical office is it's the majority of this. So the smaller piece could be more of a to just kind of wait and see who would go there. I think there'll be plenty of interest there, and to be quite honest, the new setbacks are beneficial to this site. So there's a lot of stuff in the new town center overlay that helps. The increased, even though this one doesn't go up to the 80% lot coverage, to have a more dense lot coverage or allowed, and also the reduced setbacks actually help. So again, I guess I'm a developer up here, not hateful of everything that just happened, but there's some challenges, but there's also a lot of things that helped. So I guess I just looking for some feedback on this. I know Ian was here a few months ago, and he had a quick service restaurant that was going to go there, and they pulled out, but from what I understand, they didn't even show you a concept plan. So this is kind of us showing a concept plan. I don't know about the submittal process as much as I do over in Knoxville, but we hope, if possible, to have a true concept plan in front of you next month. We're just under a tight time frame with our option on this property.
Well, I will tell you, I'm sure I'll be in the minority because I was before. I like the drive-through, you know, and now I think a lot of people they have a standard opinion as to what a drive-through looks like. That's not what you have here. And so I personally don't have a problem with it, but I know collectively there's a great deal of concern with drive-throughs. But to give you the feedback you're looking for, I really like what you're looking to do with that corner. I think it's, you know, this corner is the signature corner of our entire community. I like what you put together, and if it ultimately ended up looking like this, I'm good.
All right, cool. Parker, I'd like to kind of echo part of what Ron said. I think that's awesome. And this is exactly what we've been looking for, is for somebody to think outside the box, give you a little more flexibility with the setbacks, and try something a little bit different that you really can't do anywhere else. And the drive-through, even though you've done a good job of disguising that drive-through, I think my concern would be, I know that when I want to walk to the coffee shop, I'm going to try to walk in the straight line.
Yep.
And even though I shouldn't, and you've provided a ton of sidewalks for me to go alternate directions, but I'm too lazy to go the long way around. I want to go the short way. Yeah. And I'm afraid that I'm going to walk right through that drive-through lane, even though that's the most creative drive-through I've ever seen, and it's an excellent job of disguising it as better than I could have ever thought it could have been disguised on that corner, and or at least hidden. I just don't know how to get your pedestrian traffic, when they want to go grab a cup of coffee, and they're parking over there next to the Tenova building, and they're going to want to go to the coffee shop. I think it's awesome. I really do. And you put the patio right out front. I mean, that is so exciting. I think this could really be a catalyst for us to eventually get that downtown feel that we've really been striving for. It's very, very cool. It's a great site plan. You've done a good job. You're staying away from the creek, and you've got your focal point, which, you know, could be a fountain, it could be all sorts of things, or a statue, who knows.
Yeah,
but
unfortunately right now there's a traffic box that we're going to have to contend with.
Should we gotta landscape it?
Yeah, so I guess it's the control for the traffic light. Yeah, I was actually driving past there today. I was like, oh, that's a nice focal point.
Oh, you could take a bronze of David Smoke and just stick it on top of the traffic box.
You can't make one
you
big
could do
enough,
some sort of pose up there.
Yeah, so part of the town center, you know, and again, I know we're first to the party here, and, you know, by literally minutes, but just in the town center development overall, that overlay, you know, it's getting a drive-through in that is behind a building, that you have parking behind that.
I know.
It's
but very difficult.
You're right. I mean, it's
a difficult task.
It's one of those things that, you know, these are going to be questions that any drive-through you're going to have.
Right.
So maybe the easiest thing is just say none and just leave it at that. As a commercial developer, I think that and 70 acres that needs to be developed, at least ground level commercial, there's that just eliminates a lot of users right off the bat.
It does.
And I know y'all know that already. But you know, one of the things about this site is, because of the architectural guidelines and just because of the land value, and this land is cheaper than what they were asking for the 70 acres, only by a little. But, you know, I'm asking rents that are literally the highest in Knoxville. And so if I'm looking at a 70-acre development or a 15-acre development, it's just very, very difficult. And that doesn't mean that it's impossible. But, you know, we're excited about this. When we first did the layout with the old zoning, the setbacks were very prohibitive, especially being on a corner and with the creek, and you got a detention behind it, and, you know, trying to save the tree, and I mean, just all kinds of stuff. And I can't promise we're going to save the tree, but we're going to try. But this way, I'll be honest, the town center setbacks and everything else really helped this site to be more usable. So I mean, there's, I guess, some positive and negative feedback there, but
Well, one thing that I like about your use of the building is it is a difficult place to get in and out of because of the traffic.
yes.
And I think the use of a medical office there is a much better use for it. That's a destination that I would go to. If I'm going to the doctor, I would go there. If I'm wanted food going in and out, there's other places I could get food.
Yeah.
So I think your use there is a very good use for that piece of property.
Yeah. Sidewalk and all.
How many cars fit? I'm sorry. How many cars fit in that? Are you envisioning in the drive-through lane itself? How many cars can stack up there?
I mean, what we're trying to accomplish is 4 to 5. That's what I mean, if you can go online and find this stuff, but the well-known coffee shops, they just publish that, and so they look for that. It all comes down to how long it takes their barista to make a cup of coffee, and so they don't want they want people to order and be able to pull up and not prevent somebody else from ordering. So they're way better at it than I am. I just try to give them what they want. But yeah, we see 4 to 5 there. We don't know if those radiuses would work. We don't know if it would be better to the furthest east radius. We don't know if it would be better to straighten that out and go in. This was kind of, the other challenge is when you have somebody paying what they're going to have to pay there, they're going to require a lot of people, and just more so parking is a big requirement for us. We also have the building at Parkside and Campbell Station, and so we kind of got the two busiest corners in Farragut, and so we actually have that parked at a 10 per 1,000 ratio, and it's sometimes not enough for Einstein's and Orange Leaf. The good thing about them is one's a morning and one's an afternoon and evening, and so they're able to, one's light, but we're trying to get this, and this plan is not there, but we really need a 7 to an 8 per 1,000 to make it work as far as parking goes. And then on the pavement, it's permeable pavers except for probably the drive aisles, so all the parking spaces. We'll probably do a larger curb and gutter system so that the front wheels are setting on concrete rather than setting on pavers, just so that it holds up better. So just, unique ways of looking at that. But then there's also an area to the rear that the plan is to use for detention if we need it. We don't like building holes in the ground for water, just because most of the time they don't have water in them. If we could do something more landscaped and appealing, we would, and be able to utilize the permeable pavers or other methods. But I guess that's kind of, I expanded way more than you wanted there. But
Parker, I'll give you two observations that might kind of help you as you're working along here, because I think you're really on the right track. The first thing is you need to kind of digest the possibility of right-in, right-outs. Because that's going to be a challenge. I know I'm not the first to mention this to you. I suspect staff has probably mentioned this to you too. Again, we're not going to really know that till you get a little further into it, but it is something that does create some heartburn for some retailers. Again, what I can see in a coffee shop, if you want to run over there, grab a cup of coffee, and then go over to the school, which a lot of kids drink a lot of coffee, that's going to be a little challenging for them to get back around. Of course, they can go the back way to the high school. And then the other thing I wanted to for you to kind of digest is we'd really like to see a 2-story element. Now, that doesn't mean you got to build a second floor. We've kind of worked through this.
that's a given.
Okay.
It's going to be a 2-story element.
Okay.
Like, we've already priced that out, and that's one
Okay.
reason. That's the build cost is more. It will probably not be a usable 2-story. It'll be a ceiling height of 14 to 16 with a parapet wall. But yeah,
This is exactly when we started talking about this 2-story element. This was the rub that I knew would come up eventually, but I didn't want to throw out the 2-story element. So it's awesome that you've embraced that, because I think it's going to be a very, very cool looking. You could really do a lot of things, and I won't pick on your other corner, but hopefully this is the exact opposite of your other corner.
I was told that some people love it and some people hate it, and when I said, I would like to do a modern looking building, I was politely dissuaded from that.
Well,
so.
the architect who did the other building is actually a friend of mine, and I give him a hard time about that because I get a lot of people that ask me about it. Well, are you going to do that again? And I said, well, it's not really up to us. We don't regulate that. But in this particular district, we do. One thing while I have the microphone, there is one item I would like to add based upon discussion we had earlier tonight. In paragraph 3, when we're talking about limited use of stucco and panelized brick, could we add CMU to that?
Yeah, we certainly.
I know we're going to deal with this again later with architectural standards, but it'd be kind of nice just to go ahead and get it in there now, and that way we're not trying to explain why we forgot to put CMU in there later.
Oh,
because right now we have a masonry element. CMU is masonry, and so somebody can say, well, I comply with a full CMU building. It'd be really nice if we didn't have that, if we could go ahead and address that limited use of CMU. Concrete masonry unit.
Masonry unit.
Would that outlaw like panels, concrete panels? I mean,
like tilt up?
Since we're having a discussion.
You mean like
here,
doing tilt up?
Not a tilt up, but just they look like big stone, but they're concrete instead. I mean, we have them on like the Verizon Center, and then also the.
No, to me, I call that like a cultured limestone.
Okay.
So it looks like it's a quarried limestone. I've used quite a bit of it.
Yeah.
And it's a great. It's still a masonry product. So no, I don't think that the definition of CMU would cover that piece. What you're going at, I mean, is a good product.
Okay.
So I would definitely don't want to prohibit what he's talking about when he's talking about the cultured limestone, which is still a concrete product. It's just instead of being quarried, it's poured.
Yeah.
Poured limestone and then hardened and then put up, but it's still thickness. It still has 4 inches of thickness typically to it. Sometimes it's less, but it's still a masonry product. Is everybody okay with that CMU?
Mm-hmm. What about?
Well, I was going to put it right in there after EFS. Put comma CMU, or maybe go ahead and spell it out.
Should we also put in there where it talks about vinyl siding? Also address hardy board siding.
Oh, no, I'm thinking about Parker's building, and I'm thinking about if you have a 2-story element, now if he's doing it all with parapets instead of dormers, but if all of a sudden if you had dormers on a building which has that 2-story element,
as an accent, some of these things would be fine.
Well, I mean, I think limited use of it of hardy products, because it's a great concrete product and it doesn't rot and termites don't eat it. I think is okay. We wouldn't want a primary use of a hardy product. When I say hardy, I'm talking about James Hardy, the company that manufactures hardy plank, hardy shake, and hardy siding.
Where you tie the roof into the wall structure, it's challenging with the
right. No, and basically what he's saying is when you're dealing with areas that are load bearing and you're trying to put a big masonry load on it, sometimes you need some alternative things in small quantities to be able to architecturally and structurally make these things work.
And they can add some visual interest too. To have
absolutely.
An accent element.
Absolutely.
How's that going to be? How's that work with the
ordinance work?
Yeah.
Well, we'll need to go through all this, but we can make those changes, and we'll just go through them before we make a motion, on and go through all the changes and the wording that we're proposing tonight before.
Okay.
Then, we can make those changes and send it on to the board if that's your choice.
Mark, I want to make sure I was clear in this.
Uh-huh.
You were suggesting that we add the hardy siding?
No, I'm just talking about it.
Because what he's saying is it is a masonry product. And so if you read the paragraph, it says include a significant masonry element. Hardy is a masonry product. I would have a hard time for somebody to come before us and say, well, you're right, I didn't think about hardy. You could build an entire building out of hardy shake, which is
I'm with you.
A little weird, but it could be done, and it is what it is, but I agree with Mark. We might as well try to. Of course, the problem is we could go through construction materials and be here all night trying to think of all the materials not to use, but that's probably one of the more common materials that's used today as far as accents.
Well, is that something that might change one way or the other if we put it in when we do the architectural
Well,
standards?
yeah, potentially a lot of stuff could change.
I think we're going to get
Some more clarity and
I think we're going to get real detailed in that. And the other thing is right now we're only limiting synthetic stucco. Masonry stucco would be allowed. Again, I'm just throwing it out for so we can understand what we're dealing with. Masonry stucco is a product. It's a good product. Is it the look that we're looking for in the downtown? Personally, I don't think so. I've used masonry stucco before, and like I said, there's nothing wrong with it, but I don't think it's the downtown look as far as a primary element, but it is a masonry product.
Can we add, instead of saying what we'd like to exclude, give examples of what we're talking about when we talk about masonry and elements?
I mean, to me, it's brick. I mean, instead of just talking about masonry element, would it be appropriate to say such as brick or specifically brick? I mean, to me, I can't think of any other masonry product or element that we want as the primary architectural veneer of the building other than brick.
For new construction, as in this draft, in this ordinance, it has to be 75% face brick. That's what's in the municipal code, and that's what it cross-references.
I guess I'm looking at that 3 where redevelopment involves improvements.
No, that's a redevelopment.
Right.
This wouldn't be a
No, I know his is not a redevelopment. I'm just talking about.
Yeah, it's something that we need to.
And maybe it's premature. Maybe we don't need to think about it. But if the Silver Spoon comes up next month, we may think back. Oh, we should have included that empty.
We can make those
that could be a redevelopment
and address some of those things. But I think some of this particular component of this and potentially other sections of the zoning ordinance are likely to change when that architectural design process. And it'll hopefully give us more clarity and direction. A lot of this wording was taken from our design team from Colorado. They gave us this wording, but there is some.
Can we just go ahead and include the same language that we include for new construction in the redevelopment side?
Well, but don't we have a potential challenge there, Noah? And you would certainly know this better than I, but we have some buildings in our community that are tired. I mean, they're just tired looking. What I don't want to do is, and I don't know where the balance is. I haven't been involved in day-to-day construction in many, many years. But I don't know where the balance is. But I don't want to get out of balance where we almost make redevelopment, where we discourage it, where it becomes almost cost prohibitive.
Okay.
And so and again, I don't know where that is. But I don't know at this point if we should make them the same. Because I know there's some buildings that it's going to make it difficult to clean them up. I'm going to oversimplify it, if the standards are too high, because they just won't get back out of it what they put into it.
Well, you're exactly. If we could pick on the rural metro building, and if all of a sudden that building, if they were doing improvements that were 50% of the value, and then we would be making them brick veneer that entire building, that'd be a real hardship that we'd be putting on that particular building. I guess really what I'm seeing is that if you're tearing down a building, to me that's really a new construction.
I would.
But the problem is what I wouldn't want to have happen, and I've seen it happen. I haven't necessarily seen it happen in the town of Farragut, but I've seen it happen in downtown Lenore City, where a developer actually left one stem wall of the foundation to call it a remodel versus to call it new construction. And literally, it was one stem wall, and that was it. And that was more to meet setback requirements than to meet architecture requirements.
They just did it on the Zaxby's. The Zaxby's on Kingston Pike and in West Hills, he left a 5-foot section of the wall. And literally, they had it braced more than the building's braced right now, so it didn't fall down.
But it was a remodel instead of a new construction.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I mean, how do you? I guess that's the intent when we say exceed 50%.
Yeah.
The problem is we're not catching those 50%. I mean, to me, a 50% improvement to a building is not a facelift, and it's not maybe putting up a new parapet or a new awning. I can also have a tremendous amount of respect for what Ron is saying. So we don't want to tell somebody, well, it's going to be so expensive to remodel your building that they just say, forget it, I'll just let it be grandfathered in the way that it is. We'd like something better than what it is. So where we find the common ground, I don't know. And maybe the way we've got it written, where we're already saying, hey, look, if it's CMU today, we'll let you stay CMU, i.e., well, rural metro, and because we know that probably any improvement is probably a good improvement.
Well, isn't this something that the consultants will advise us on, of
Yeah,
what
it'll
they
be
have seen
addressed.
and done other places?
It'll be addressed in the standards, whatever they.
And maybe we just catch it then, because otherwise, like I said, we're going to be dealing with it.
Yeah,
There's
what-
so many items.
Yeah, we kind of, when we drafted this, we understood this component of it is likely to be modified a little bit in the near future. We just wanted to get some language in place that would at least give us a built environment that was more consistent with what we're trying to encourage in the mixed-use town center. You know, and give them a little bit of flexibility, like what Ron's talking about, to not discourage redevelopment, but still hold that redevelopment to a much higher standard than they would be held to currently.
Unfortunately, I think you're going to have a lot of these discussions on as the buildings come vacant that are in this zone. I don't know. Well, there's none that apply to the setbacks that are currently there. So every time one of those buildings goes vacant and comes up for redevelopment, you're gonna have these conversations. I mean, all those banks that are in front of Fresh Market, that strip shopping center that's just right over here. It's those things are. Right now with the overlay, and of course, they can be grandfathered in, but Silver Spoon might have been closed for 30 days. So, I don't know if that, I don't know, but that's one that, I don't know if you could do anything because the parking's not behind the building. There's many aspects in the town center that will come, we plan on doing a lot of development, and I'll probably be in front of you multiple times saying, look, whether it's a variance or a special situation, there's just a lot of things that are going to be coming down the pike over the next 5 or 10 years as this happens. Just like this one was. The first thing I did when I sat in the meeting with Mark is I said, well, what standards do I draw it to? Do I draw it to the ones that were 3 weeks ago, or do I draw it to the new ones? And, it sounds like the architectural stuff is going to be in, while we're doing this, we're going to be figuring out what the architectural is. So I think it's doable. This site obviously I hope will prove that it's doable. But there's going to be very unique situations on almost every single property that just got turned purple.
Well, there is, and I think that's where, as a community, and our staff and our leadership and the members of the boards are really going to have to, at times, we're going to be tested, and I mean that in a positive way. Yeah. Because quite frankly, what I don't want to have happen is a situation you were talking about, I think you mentioned, as Zaxby's. Mm-hmm. That's just gaming the system. It is. When you get to that level. Yeah. And we don't want that, because that doesn't solve a problem. It creates a whole new set of problems. So we're going to have to, as we go through this, I don't know if it's quite going to be a case-by-case basis, but it's going to be awful darn close if it isn't.
I had one more item since we're in discussion, and I'll sit down and we can get out of here tonight maybe. But the 25,000 square foot requirement on a 70-acre development, I'm not saying remove it from the requirements, but just be prepared that if I had 70 acres, I'm looking for a couple big box users. And does that mean fit them into the architectural requirements and all that? I think it can be done. They've proven it in Buckhead. They've proven it in other places that, in the middle of a downtown, you can stick a Target or a Ross or a Walmart or a Macy's or whatever. But they're not going to lower their square footage footprint to come to Farragut. They might lower it for Manhattan, but so just, I guess, all I'm saying is just be open-minded, because if that happens, that's what it's going to take to really be the catalyst to get this done. Is you're gonna have to be able to eat up 10 or 15 or 20 acres right off the bat. So that's my 2 cents. And if you have any questions, I'm gonna stay until we're done tonight. But I think
at Waffle House.
Huh?
See you at Waffle House.
But if I think y'all answered my question on this, and we'll get something to you next month, hopefully, if we can meet the deadlines. But so I appreciate what you're doing, and I believe it's doable, but it's gonna be a unique situation in a lot of cases, I think. So, all right.
Thanks for coming, Parker.
Thanks for your insight.
Any more thoughts on the drive-through after that? I think while we're still on the uses, what's your all's?
I've offered my commentary. I know drive-throughs are challenging, but you know, we live in a mobile society. Regardless of how we want to change it, we're going to see how cars interact with society. It's going to be totally different in 5 years than it is today. And I just think that we're making a mistake by completely eliminating them. Although I do fully appreciate all the reasons behind it. But I think this is an example of one that if this is what would have been considered and this was considered the standard, we probably wouldn't be arguing and discussing drive-throughs. I think people would be more receptive to it. But what most people think is what they see at a fast food facility, and they go, well, that's not what I want. So it's a delicate balance.
My concern is if this is what I think it is, there's going to be cars piling up for the drive-through, and they're not going to be contained just in that drive-through area. And I assume they'll come in here and it could be a real big challenge between the pedestrians and the cars and
it will be, but
coming out onto the road, and this is a very tight parking lot.
It will be, but I would offer this, and this is making the assumption it ends up being a coffee shop. If you don't have a drive-through, what they're going to do, they're going to park behind all these cars. They're not going to pull into a parking spot. People are going to get their coffee and they're just going to pull in and wait, and they'll be going forward and backward trying to let cars in and out. So, your point is well taken. I just think in some cases it's going to
It's going to be a big old mess anyway.
Sometimes it's just a matter of what kind of mess you're going to look at, really, and how quickly you move the mess in and out.
I like the idea that it's hidden, but I still see pedestrians in the area.
Well, my thought was that if we were doing a town center like we had talked about years ago, and we went into great detail at the time about the drive-through, that's a separate thing than what we're talking about now. We're talking about parcels that are scattered out over a compact area, but they're scattered out. And I'm a little more open to drive-throughs for that than I am for a more town center itself. I'm not real sure why. I guess that's because the downtown areas that I have in my mind are older and they don't have those drive-throughs, but they made accommodations in other areas of the towns for those.
Well, and this area is, I like what you're saying, Rita. This area is separate from what really is. This is people are going to be driving by this. This is high traffic area. It's different than where our town center district, the big property is, because that's going to be more of a place where you want to park and you stop, park, and walk around. Whereas this is, eventually it'll be, with football games and stuff, you could see people wanting to park, stop, eat, or whatever. But it's a little separate from the downtown district, or the, what I'm
kind of
trying
a
to
hybrid,
say.
like
It's
I mentioned earlier. It's a
1040.
little
I'm
bit of a
losing words
hybrid
here.
between regular C1 and a true town center district on a perhaps larger.
Parker, can I draw on yours? Can I draw on this? If you mind on the overhead? I got an idea. Just throw it out there, see if it makes sense. My concern is that I'm trying to speak up, so maybe a microphone will pick me up, but my concern is about the pedestrian traffic crossing the drive-through. But what if you had something like this? What if you had an island, landscaped island, with a sidewalk in it, and then an area out of pavers that's delineated maybe with some stripes that goes across the drive-through that creates a crosswalk. And then all of a sudden, if you're parking over here, you would walk to the sidewalk and then across through. They're going to go through the drive-through anyway. They're going to walk through the drive-through.
Mhm.
I do it sometimes at McDonald's. My vice in the morning is a big iced tea, unsweetened iced tea. I'm not a coffee drinker, but I'm an iced tea drinker. And I can't tell you how many times that the drive-through will be backed up at McDonald's, and so I'll park, and then it's so backed up, you're having to walk through the drive-through whether you like it or not. You're walking through between bumpers of cars, having to wait in line. But all of a sudden, if you have something like this, at least you're giving somebody a
Delineated
somewhat of
area.
a safe route. What do we call it on the Grease Chapel Islands? We call it a safety. What's that? There's a catchword. An area that. You know what I'm thinking too. You can't.
A landing?
No,
Refuge?
Where we have, you know
Pedestrian
how we have
landing?
right there at the Greenway where you cross over next to.
Yeah, where you cross.
What's the Chinese? Not the Chinese. The Thai
The
place.
Little Bangkok.
Little
yeah.
Bangkok.
I think that's
And you
what it
cross
is,
over.
yeah.
We got this little area that
Yeah,
delineates
where you cross
a
through
safe
the aisle.
passage across Grizzly Chapel if there is one. But nevertheless, this would be something that would at least tell a driver in the
Crosswalk.
drive-through, pull your bumper up to it, but don't cross over that until you have room on the other side.
Yeah.
Just a thought about a different way to try to get those pedestrians from
Well,
the
I'm
north side over to the coffee shop, and for that matter, to the medical office.
Listen, I think, I mean, that's something that's doable. I mean, if you allow drive-throughs in the town center development, this is going to be a recurring issue just because the way the buildings are positioned and the parking lot's positioned. There's, you're going to have the roadway on one side, and you're going to have the parking behind the building. So maybe you could come in the side or whatever, but the reality is, especially on a corner lot, you're going to always run into this issue. Whether it's a walkway or a striped way I think all those are, I mean, if the coffee shop said they want to come and they would accept that, and then I'd gladly put in a walkway and stripes, and might even pay somebody to stand out there with a sign to hold it to say stop, because I'd like them to go there so much. But I mean, we would figure out a way if it was allowed to make it work.
You could do a small sign that just says crosswalk. I think any driver is supposed to know that you don't park or stop in a crosswalk, and you yield to pedestrians.
Now remember, they haven't had their coffee yet.
That's true. Like me and my tea, I'm on a mission.
Yes, I think that would be. I mean, and it makes sense because you're going to have people crossing any drive-through.
Right.
Advantage is you're right next to the medical place, so you can go in and get your broken leg set.
Yeah, and that's just so you know, one of the other challenges that we're seeing here is the medical office is going to require a spot for an ambulance to be, and so we really only have one area where that's possible. Now it's one area, and you mentioned right in, right out. That's the one thing I could see maybe one of those entrances being right in, right out, but with the medical office, they ship out. It's the wrong way to put it. But they send 1 to 2 patients a day via ambulance to the hospital.
Okay.
So I think I understand right in, right out, but that will be, I'll just go ahead and tell you up front, that's going to be our counter to that is we got to at least have one where you can turn left. Now, I mean, I'd like to have them both, but that's a 60 or 70,000 car intersection. And
Well, again, I just wanted you to be aware of it.
Yeah.
We've dealt with right-in, right-outs for many years, and it's very often a sticking point on both sides. But I just wanted you to be aware of it, that's a tough intersection. Your lot size is such that it's hard to get 400 feet of separation.
Yeah.
I mean, you're not going to get it. And technically, you're supposed to have 400 feet of separation from the intersection to a full access. And we understand that. We also understand that what we're trying to do is improve something that's better than what's there today.
Yeah.
But I just wanted you to kind of digest that as you're thinking through this. And again, I'm not a traffic engineer, and I'm not sure where if you have one on the Kings Pike side but not on the other, I don't know. But I agree with you. Obviously, there are going to be some people that are going to want to go figure out some way to go eastbound on Kingston Pike. And right now, if you had right in, right outs on both, there's no way to do it.
Yeah.
But again, I'll tell you right now, if you're trying to pull left out on Campbell Station, that's going to be a bear in the morning. I mean, it's just going to try to turn left and getting into that center or either one of there's 2 turn lanes there. I mean, it will be a bear trying to turn left there. But again, about any time of day. But anyway, these are things that I think it's a killer concept plan, and it's exciting to see something like this, especially at such a high visibility corner, and having that 2-story downtown element. Again, I really feel like that'd be a catalyst for other folks to say, okay, now I get it. I see what we're trying to do. And is it going to take us 20 or 30 years? Yeah, it'll probably take a long time for us to finally fulfill this dream that we have. But I think this is a great step in the right direction.
I don't think it'll take that long. The fact that Turkey Creek is full, there's still a lot of people that want to come here.
Right.
As far as people that we talk to, and there's, and I mean, I could list 10 of them right now that are big people that want to come, that are not in Knoxville, and so I just think, being open to that when it does happen, you're probably only gonna get 1 or 2 shots at it. So when it does happen, it's gonna be contentious because there's gonna be, like I said, your 25,000 won't work, and will the drive-through? There's just all kinds of little things that are in the code right now that would prohibit it. I mean, for example, the illuminated signage board. I mean, that's, even if we could figure out all the pedestrian stuff and the ingress, egress, and the right in, right out, and all that stuff. I mean, if they can't see,
They can't read the menu
yeah,
board.
they can't read the menu board, then they're going to look at me and go, "You're crazy," for thinking we'll go there. So, anyways, I'll stop. I know everybody's ready to go home. Thank you, Parker.
Thank you.
People for that.
Where are you, Mark?
Well, I don't know that we've gone.
Have we resolved
gotten
anything?
any resolution on the drive-throughs.
Yeah.
We could always leave it as it's currently written, and I guess deal with it.
Do we want to make any philosophical delineation between north of Kingston Pike and south of Kingston Pike as far as these drive-throughs go? So I'm kind of warm it up to this location because I like that concept. I think I do it works
too.
and it meets the intent of trying to disguise it and hide it. But yet I'm still having a tough time embracing drive-throughs in the core of our downtown, which is this is not necessarily the core of what we envision as being, even though it's part of our MUTC. It's not necessarily the core.
Though, if you just off the top of my head, on the south side, there's probably a half dozen of them right now.
Drive-throughs already?
Yeah.
No, I wouldn't. I don't. I wouldn't recommend trying to
delineate one versus the other.
Probably not.
I mean, is it possible to say no drive-throughs and then deal with it on a case-by-case basis, or are we just opening our grounds up that we're always doing a variance? Because I mean, like I said, in this one, like I said, I'm warming up to the idea.
Well, the thing with that is, if you start doing that kind of stuff, you have to have real clear parameters within which whoever makes that decision can make it in a way that's consistent with everybody that comes before them. I mean, this here could be potentially modified. You could say that maybe a maximum of 1 lane. I think it looks like that's what they've got. Maybe if you're going to, that it's located to the rear of the building or behind the building, that drive-through is, in my opinion. In this case, it's tough on a corner lot, but I think that would meet that. The menu board, if you can have a menu board that is basically not visible from the public rights of public streets, which I think you could do it on that site to where it wouldn't be visible, and it was more modest in size than a typical menu board, where it wasn't, the thing with all the meal deals stuck to the side of it.
Right.
It's this enormous thing that, maybe that would be some adjustments that could be made to allow drive-throughs, but make them as discreet as, make them, hide them as much as you can.
Mark, is some of that going to come into play with the design standards we're looking at? Won't that be one of the elements? It would seem to me it would be.
Yeah, it will be talked about broadly in the design standards, yeah.
It's already in the TCD a lot about the drive-throughs.
Yeah, in the TCD, a bank and a pharmacy can have drive-throughs, but there's specific, criteria for those. And, you know, some of that criteria I took and we put in a draft in previous versions that you all looked at. You know, I had some, if you do a menu board, then here's maybe some parameters you could build into the ordinance that would make that drive-through as indiscreet as possible, you know. It's tough. I mean, it's a tough thing to address. I think if you're going to have a drive-through, the way they've designed it, in my opinion, right there, with Noah's modification, I think is pretty good.
Well, you know, and this is going to sound a little like a Jetson story, but with how cars are changing, I mean, seriously, in the next 5 years, there are going to be businesses that will exist only because they have a drive-through, because somebody will send their car down there to bring home whatever they're selling. We are that close to it. Yep. You know, in Europe, the European countries are licensing all these driverless cars already. The United States has gone from 3 to 7 states, I think it is today, where driverless cars are allowed. And it is moving at such a fast pace. And I know that sounds goofy, but there's going to be a day when you're going to wake up in the morning and say, I just can't wait to get a Starbucks coffee, and just send your car down to bring it back for you. That sounds a little crazy, but that is coming.
No, but you're drawn.
Yeah, Parker didn't say the S word.
It is
No,
close to
I'm talking anywhere around. It could be. There's going to be businesses. There's going to be grocery stores. You will send your car down. You'll drive up, and they'll load your groceries in the back, and your car will bring it home.
Well, you also already have, you can get the menu on your cell phone. And you know before you get there what you're going to order. Someday you're not going to need that menu board out there. You just look on your cell phone and you order.
That's true.
Yeah. So, of course, I won't be around for either one of those, but because I'll be over there in the senior living place. But
Well, you could be next door.
Well, we could leave it as proposed, which doesn't allow them currently, or we could build in some parameters, you know, similar to what we presented a month or two ago. And maybe specifically address the menu board and provide for some modest signage.
It's amazing to me that
as long as the menu board wasn't visible from, you know, a public rights of ways or something like that. Maybe up to 12 square feet. I don't know if that would be big enough. But
Oh my goodness.
Think about
Would that not freak you out?
Mm-hmm.
So
Is there
how do we proceed with
well,
that? Any change?
Do you all want to leave it as it is right now and just not allow them, or do you want?
I personally think we need to give it. I think we need to really give that piece more consideration. You know, you made a couple comments earlier about single lane. You had another one I'm drawing a blank on now, but I think we can modify the language where it becomes a minimal part of the business.
Yeah.
But it still is allowed. And, you know, I'd have to defer to the development community to bring some ideas to the table. But I think there's a way to manage the exposure. And again, I'm telling you, it's going to be changing so quickly here that we could box ourselves in and miss out on opportunities. As Parker said just earlier, if we don't allow it, we rule out a number of businesses right off the top coming to our community.
Is there language we can put in that specifies that drive-throughs would be considered if they're very discreetly? Is there language that we can put in there that kind of leaves it a little subjective, but permits it?
Yeah,
but gives us the final say and say that's not discreet enough. That's not what we're intending. That's.
You know, I think what we were really trying to discourage was fast food. And I'm just going to throw it out there, and I'm not going to, you know, I've picked on Crystal for many years. I won't pick on him tonight, but and I'm just trying to think about how do we. I'm reading through that language about the primarily consumed within the building or designated outdoor seating areas, and I'm talking specifically about restaurants. And I'm trying to figure out another way how to, I don't know. I want to make it fair and consistent, but yet I'd really like to not see big national chain fast food restaurants in our MUTCD.
Well, or something like Chick-fil-A. Every time I go to Chick-fil-A, their drive-through thing is wrapped
It's
around
chaos.
the building. We don't want to see something like that.
Well, that's exactly right. And I just don't know how to.
That's true.
And I'm sure they have peak times, just like this coffee house will have peak times that are worse than others. But I just, what I wouldn't want to see is in the core downtown area, more specifically closer to this town hall, is to see a line of 20 cars lined up to try to get through a drive-through when that we're trying to create something different than just suburbia with fast foods and drive-throughs. And so, and I really like this idea. I just don't know how to say, yes, this is good, but under other scenarios is not good. And I'm just saying, if you call it discrete, well, next thing you know, they're going to plan a row of Lelands on either side of it, and they're going to say, now it's discrete. And you're like, well, it's still
still wrapped around the
you know,
building.
Long John Silver's or all, I'm just, it still is what we were trying to avoid. And I don't know, I'm absolutely open-minded to this. I just don't know how to be fair and consistent from here going forward. And that's always been paramount to me.
Was this the only item that we really have a sticking point on with all of this?
Yeah, I'd probably still like to leave the 25,000 feet in there and deal with it. If it comes up, then we can deal with it. Yep. But I don't want to make it, I think we spent a lot of time talking about 25,000 square feet. So I think that's still important.
I do too, because we can loosen up on that if the right opportunity.
There is a way for a 50 or 100,000 square foot building to still look like a downtown building. There are ways. I showed you guys the grocery store last month in Oklahoma that kind of has, and it's more than 25,000 square feet, but yet it has that downtown all brick kind of a old warehouse look to it. So I think there are ways, but I don't necessarily. I think we need to deal with that on a case by case basis. And is this any different? I don't know. I mean, is this something we should say no drive-throughs, but yet this drive-through is okay, and we know in the back of our minds, or at least the back of our mind, that we're going to automatically grant a variance for this, and we've always, as a town, tried to avoid variances because we want to, again, be fair and consistent, that if there's something wrong with their ordinance, we need to fix it for everybody, not just for one person. And so, I'm real mixed. And again, I don't necessarily want to discriminate against national fast food places. But in essence, that's kind of what I'm doing. I just don't know how to be fair and consistent with it.
Maybe you say this excludes drive-through service lanes and windows, except where it can be proven that a drive-through is not. Well, let's see. I'm trying to think of allowing for some some exception, but you have to prove that you're meeting a certain visual standard. Like it's not visible from.
I know. I'm just trying to make it objective at the same
public
time.
Rights of ways.
Well, again, I go back. Is this something that will be addressed in the architectural standards to?
Probably not to this level of detail.
Not the level.
I mean, it's some of the general concepts will be, and I'm sure the guys from Colorado would not recommend drive-through in the mixed-use town center. I mean, I wouldn't, but I also don't really personally. I mean, this layout here is a fairly indiscreet drive-through. I don't know if it's one that how well it would function, but it's certainly not your traditional drive-through that you think of, with the typical fast food.
I'm gonna make it real easy on Parker. Is the drive-through a deal killer? I mean, you left it a little open in the beginning of your presentation that it might not be a deal killer. So maybe we're just
no. As much as I want to say yes, no, it's not. I mean, I think that.
Appreciate your honesty.
I mean, I think that there's a lot left to do. I mean, this is just a very early concept, and there's a lot left to do. But do I think that there's no one that will pay as much as they will pay? I'll put it to you that way. So they're my number one choice.
Okay.
And that's just, we're here to make money. But one thing you were mentioning on the variances, the first rule for any variance is that a hardship exists.
That's right.
So, I think, I don't know. I mean, my hardship on this property would just be that it's existing and that there's, that the overlay was put on after the whole lot was done. I mean, if I was developing next door, I would have a connector going through to the Tenova spot. Let's envision that this was a raw piece of dirt that you're just developing from on the front end. You would have connectors to each property. You would be able to flow. That would eliminate the right in, right out issue because you could push the traffic further down the road. So I think that the key about this site and the other existing sites is that the hardship, and I know this could be debated, but in my opinion, the hardship is the zoning overlay came after the property was completely developed. Silver Spoon, that's clearly, that property value goes from where you could potentially use a building and save $500,000 in just the shell of the building to where they might have to scrape the building, and so he just lost $500,000 in value. That's a hardship. And I know it's an unintended consequence, and he didn't do it on purpose, but that's the reality of what he's dealing with right now. And so, variances are, variances have to have a hardship. It has to be a legitimate hardship. And then you get into, well, what's legitimate? But I think you get my point.
Let me throw just an idea out. And Mark, I probably won't use the right term, but we have different road classifications. Okay. What would Campbell Station? What's the road classification?
Both of those roads are major arterials.
Okay. Would it be reasonable, and is it even possible, to put wording in there saying that the drive-throughs would be allowed on parcels that are immediately adjacent to a major? What'd you say?
Major arterial.
Major arterial. Because that's where you're going to have your cars, and that way it keeps the cars on the drive-throughs to the outside of these major pieces of property. I'm just going to throw that out as a trial balloon. It's you're still going to have your walkability because there's not a lot of people that are really looking to be walking along Kingston Pike. Even though we have sidewalks there, that's not where people are going to walk. They want to walk in the interior, away from the traffic, and maybe we could push the drive-through opportunities, which is where they're going to want to be anyways, to the outer portions of this.
You got a great idea, Ron. I'm just thinking all of a sudden. You make a real valid point about somebody, the odds of a pedestrian wanting to cross Kingston Pike coming from the town hall to go over and get a cup of coffee. It is not real. However, I think.
Except for Gary.
Hey, Gary could do it on his way to work.
The only thing is you're still concerned about that visual integrity of the mixed-use town center, which I think.
Right, I agree.
I think what he's saying is not contrary to that. You still need to build in, maybe allow that as an option where it fronts on major arterial roads, but then also have some parameters in there that make that drive-through.
Yeah, I'm still talking about
right.
making it visually appealing.
Well, no, what
if you kind of have? There's kind of two issues here. First of all, is how does it look, and second, where does the thing belong? And that's where I'm talking about. Let's decide where we would want to have them first, and then the second, how do we want them to look?
Well, part of that location thing is where you're trying to drive toward an area where you park and spend time, not trying to catch something on the fly. Now here you got a combination of a destination for one purpose, but one purpose only, the doctor's office. The other one is. Except for the people that want to take advantage of a free Wi-Fi, that's a go and get gone place. Okay. Not a place where you're going to go from shop to shop or sit here and reside, whatever. We're trying to drive so from the location. That's why I've been thinking about that north and south or whatever, have some way to do it. But some combination of kind of like the arterial and and the geographic location. We're trying to drive the town center to where it's mostly both the visual aspect in a broader sense, even the periphery, because you got to transition to it.
Right.
And then you've got the core, where you're really wanting people to
people-
have residence time.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, it's kind of almost a transitional overlay, really.
Do we have to vote on this tonight? Or pass?
Well, we're almost voting on it tomorrow.
Well, Parker needs some guidance.
Well, I'll actually make it a little simple for you. I don't really need guidance. What I'm going to do is if they give me an LOI, then I'm going to come back here and I'm going to say, guys, I mean, I got to have a decision then. I think what I was trying to do here, and only because the overlay just happened, is, again, I think that the dilemma is this is a pretty decent looking site. There's some minor changes that need to be made, but no, I'm not looking for an answer. I wanted to hear this discussion, and I think that for me, I'm satisfied. Even though everybody's like, well, we didn't really decide anything, but I know better now the challenges and what's wanted and the difficulties. And so, if I'm standing back here in a month saying, look, they want to come, we need to figure this out, then at that point, I think, yeah, but tonight, no. I don't need an answer. I'm going to go after him either way.
I wasn't really talking about your particular property when I said tonight. But I think the wording that we're talking about in this ordinance needs to be, I need to look at it. And I would think everybody else does, and we've been talking about so many different things, there's nothing clear. So,
Well, I was going to go through the
and made a
And think about different properties, but so far I can't think of any that providing the availability of a discrete drive-through on an arterial would be contrary to our thought of the MUTC. Now, tomorrow I may wake up and determine, oops, I didn't think about that one. But right now, I really like that idea, and I think it's very black and white. It's not kinda. It's like either you do have frontage. The only one that we'd have to be careful about is when you're dealing with a very large parcel with multiple buildings, but maybe one single owner. Well, one building in the back of that parcel, if technically it sits on a parcel with frontage on an arterial, then we might want to think that one through, because it might be a quarter mile from Kingston Pike, but yet it still technically has frontage on an arterial because it's one large parcel. Now that would have to be a large site plan with a single owner, but that could happen, and that's an unintended consequence.
I just think the simplest way is just if you're going to have a drive-through, we just need, and we can work on this, we need to just come up with some language similar to what we did a couple months ago, maybe tweak that a little bit to make it indiscreet no matter where you use it, but still allow it, because this is kind of a transitional hybrid of the town center district and regular C1.
Mm-hmm.
So you got a little more use flexibility than you would have in a pure town center district. But you also have that transitional element, visual transitional element, that kind of helps you know that you're entering what is becoming the town's downtown. It may not function like that currently because you do have major arterial roadways that are in the area. But at least visually, you have this sense that you're entering something different, and it's kind of and like what Parker shows there. I mean, there's a lot of great things that, he and I and Ashley met and talked about this, and he took most of our suggestions, and that's what you see there you talked a little bit about the drive-through. But, the building placement, I think visually that would be a good first step toward, and hopefully that would build some momentum for other people to do something, But the drive-through thing, if we need to revisit that, I think the cleanest way to do it is just to build in some specific parameters that address what we're trying to do in this transitional area, and that way it would apply to any situation, and you'd have some good language that the decision makers could rely on when they're reviewing a project, so that everybody's treated consistently. But it probably will be real similar to the language we had a couple of months ago, with some modifications maybe on allowing for a small menu board as long as it was relatively hidden, and I don't know if that's something that's marketable or not.
Well, I think as we're looking at this town center thing and doing that, we got this eyesore corner there that needs something now. And this concept, I think, leads into can lead into what we're looking for town center, and it's not exactly connected to a town center. It's because on that pieces, the other piece of other properties on that near there, auto shop, LCUB, and what have you, are certainly never going to be part of a town center, but this could lead into it because the corner say, hey, that looks pretty neat. Now, up here in the next block or whatever, we'll get to it.
Right.
No, I'm not opposed to drive-ins. Totally. I'm opposed to. I don't think you need drive-ins in a relatively high-density area with significant foot traffic, where you can actually walk between the venues, stores and the venues, which is scarce around here. But no, I'm inclined to think this would be a really good idea for this particular situation, and that just need to structure the town center things.
I mean, if you limited it to one lane, that's going to knock out it'll knock out all the fast food places. I mean, no fast food place will go with one lane.
Any more?
I wouldn't think would you, Parker? I mean, it'd be a challenge.
I mean, we just did one on Clinton Highway, Popeyes. Just went there, and they have one, but it's one drive-through lane, but they have an escape lane. That's their new terminology, is they got to have so on that. No, you ask about the marketability, and non-illuminated sign and 1 square foot would definitely remove the marketability.
Well, I'm thinking of revisiting that.
But all of those other things that you mentioned, I guess you sent me, I think,
yes,
what you had talked about a couple months ago. I think everything else, no visibility. The other thing is that it can't enter into directly off of a street, I think, or I forget the exact wording, but all the requirements there, and if we do the crosswalk there with the pedestrians, I think that would satisfy the pedestrian comment that you had in there. The only other thing is the size of the menu board, and if it can be illuminated or not. And I think other than that, what you had before is, I mean, from a developer, it's doable. I'm not saying that's what you need to do, but I'm saying that from somebody that's looking at it, it's challenging, and it requires out-of-the-box thinking, but it would eliminate most, like you said, that single lane would eliminate most fast food places.
Yeah.
But not all of them, I mean, so.
Would Parker's hardship, would those be enough items to hang our hat on as far as setting a precedent on a variance? Based upon it's a redevelopment of an existing site, it's a constrained corner. I mean, I'm just wondering if all of a sudden we went back, because I'm really struggling with this drive-through, not on this property, but in general in our MUTCD.
Yeah, I do.
And I'm just thinking, okay, if I philosophically know I would support a variance for this, is there enough hardships being presented here for us to hang our hat on, so somebody else doesn't come along and say, well, you did it for that coffee shop, how come you won't do it for us?
Well, I don't think it would meet the hardship test under state law, but
As far
it
as
doesn't mean that it wouldn't be approved. But I mean, the real question is whether, without a variance, you couldn't use the property in a reasonable way. Well, I think you could use the property in a reasonable manner. You know, you don't necessarily have to have a drive-through to do that. There's probably some restaurants and entities out there
right.
that would be interested potentially in this property that don't want to drive through. I know of a couple I'd love to see at that corner that I think would be philosophically on target with what we're trying to do there. Now, I don't know, you know, any more than that, but I think they would agree with the arrangement of the site as shown there, and wouldn't need a drive-through.
I guess what I'm thinking, until I can come up with a better solution, I'm thinking we ought to just take the drive-throughs out. I just can't, and then deal with it on case. Would we deal with it, or would he have to go to BZA on that?
Well, that's a tricky question because it's almost a use. It would really not be something I would feel comfortable taking to the Board of Zoning Appeals. It's probably something that, you know, if we're going to act on the C1 tonight, that we should probably just leave it the way it is what I would recommend, not allow them currently, and then we could, you know, perhaps when we revisit some of these sections of this ordinance and others, per the architectural design guidelines, that we, you know, may have some language in there that will help us to deal with this kind of situation, and we could build that in and make some revisions at that time. That might be one way to deal with it.
I mean, personally, I think it's important for us. We've worked on this a long time. It's important for us to go ahead and send this up to the board, mayor, and alderman, and get it codified. I think we've been somewhat wishy-washy over the past
we've gone
few
back
months.
and forth on the drive-throughs for
right, and I just feel like that we
wow.
need to make a decision, and if it needs to be revisited at a later point, I think we could revisit whether it's on a variance level
because
or
we'll
it's a
probably
text
be
amendment.
revisiting the building materials and some of that other
Right.
stuff.
That's kind of
So
what I'm thinking.
That's something that could certainly be revisited at that time.
Otherwise, there's no way we're going to get anything done tonight, because there's just way too much language that we'd have to incorporate to try to find scenarios where you can use a drive-through and scenarios where you can't use a drive-through.
Hey, we don't mind being the guinea pig. We're okay with that. But and like I said, if they say no, then believe me, you're going to have a site plan without a drive-through. And just like Mark said, there's plenty of people out there that will go in a place without a drive-through. I have to try to get the guy that's going to pay the most for my property first.
Right.
And so, you know, I could make it easy. You know, they could say no, and we could come back and be looking at something that doesn't have a drive-through, and everybody's like, hallelujah, we don't have to deal with that. But I do think that this question is going to be brought up on other ones, whether it's right now or if it's in 3 or 4 months. But if I come back with a drive-through, please don't hate me.
Well, no, I mean, you can obviously see where some of us stand on this.
Yeah.
And so.
Well, and you've done a very good job of concealing as best you could with this particular piece of property.
Well, from somebody that usually has a clock counting 5 minutes down at City Knoxville, I do want to say I appreciate this aspect, because even though earlier they said the same thing over and over and over, everybody that got a chance to say something. So I know I don't even know what time it is now, but
20 after 11.
20 after 11. So
tomorrow.
But who's counting it?
Anyways, I appreciate this, and I think that for someone that loves democracy, this I like this even, and I appreciate y'all staying late. So thank you for hearing me out and for commenting on that.
Well, that's your comments have been very helpful. That's one of the principles that the town of Farragut was founded on was that everybody gets their chance to say.
Well, I thought you were going to say death by meeting. Oh.
That's good to know that we have some things in there that made this site actually easier to deal with, and which I've always thought what we're trying to do in this overlay is a net benefit, and certainly in the long run.
So
Let me.
We need to make a motion, don't we?
Well, do you want me to go through the changes, or just not? Or
The changes are in blue.
Everybody look.
We've
at
not
the
made any more
blue.
changes tonight, have we?
No, just the ones in blue.
In blue.
Did everybody look at those?
I'm comfortable with all the changes in
We
blue.
were going to increase the lot coverage from
Who's that?
70 to 80%. Again, that's another incentive for these property owners. And then added some lighting guidance in there. Yeah, I guess we need to
I would.
modify that.
I mean, I think that's a low hanging fruit. It's easy, and we'll
Such building facades shall not use fabricated metal panels, vinyl siding, or CMU, and shall include only very limited use of the EFIS panelized brick and party board.
No, I think
Can we just be
CMU
general? Can we just call it stucco, and that way you're going to catch EFIS and masonry stucco?
Okay.
I thought CMU was going to be in the second part of that.
Well, which paragraph were you talking about,
You're
Ashley?
including it with vinyl siding.
Number 3, bottom paragraph under building facade requirements.
Well, that's the redevelopment.
Yeah, it's the redevelopment.
You want it?
I just for clarity, so when we go back to write these changes, so we capture the actual language.
What did you?
Maybe we leave it alone.
I think we need to leave it alone.
Maybe we leave it alone. I agree. We'll leave it alone.
Just
And
leave
you
it
know, if it
alone.
comes back and bites us, it comes back and bites
Well,
us.
that's
But again-
probably going to change anyway in
right.
a few
it's right.
months.
Let's
so
leave it. Let's leave.
We're going to tweak it a little bit.
Let's leave it alone.
So all the other things in blue, everybody was okay with? Okay. I know it's late, and you probably, even if you weren't okay with it, the heck with it.
We're okay with it by
We
now.
can't even see the blue.
Not capable of reading.
Yeah, okay. Well, then, in short.
Got one more, don't we?
Staff recommends
Oh, yeah.
approval of the resolution that recommends approval
So
of ordinance
moved.
14-21.
So we need a motion?
Yes.
So moved.
Yes.
Okay. I'll second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Oppose? And now, we also have discussion and public hearing on amendment to the text of the Farragut zoning ordinance, Chapter 3, Section 27, Town Center District, TCD N6, to remove the minimum development size.
You want to make a motion, Ron?
Yes, so moved.
I'll second.
All those in favor?
Unless anybody has a
Aye.
question about that,
No.
we've talked about it.
We've talked
Okay.
about this. We've gone over this many times, and
Still need to vote? Do we-
Yeah, oh yeah, yeah.
Oh. I said all those in
Oh.
favor say aye.
Aye. Sorry, I missed that part.
All those awake?
All right.
I'm going to have to abstain in that one.
All right, that's good. Thank you.
Did you abstain, Ed?
Yeah.
Did Ashley? Did you get that? Ed Whiting abstained.
I didn't capture the motion.
Aye.
Motion to approve.
Ron made the
Yeah.
motion.
Oh, I'm sorry.
And then Noah.
And
Why'd you abstain on
I don't know.
Very
I
sharp.
haven't read it.
Oh, okay, fair enough.
Well, at least I haven't read it good enough.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Yeah, we got
Ed,
lighting.
Commissioner training, right?
Corner or something.